ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, before the break, on the floor was the Minority Leader, Senator Ralph Recto, and sponsoring the House bill is the Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Loren Legarda. May we recognize again the two, Mr. President.
Senator Legarda has the floor with Senator Recto interpellating.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, prior to us suspending session earlier, this representation and the chairman of the committee had a brief discussion, and that considering that there will be others who will be asking questions after me, I will try to abbreviate as much as possible, as I promised the chairman of the committee. Mr. President, we left earlier discussing lump sums, strategy on education, on healthcare. Let me move very briefly to infrastructure, which is the productive portion in the budget, Mr. President. Mr. President, I mentioned earlier that the budget for the next 6 years will roughly be 26 trillion. Minimum, I expect that we will be spending roughly 8 trillion in the next 6 years. I just wanted to put on record the infrastructure, where we stand in terms of our overall competitiveness. What is the ranking of the Philippines as far as infrastructure is concerned? Total infrastructure, we're 95 out of more than 200 countries. Quality of overall infrastructure, 112. Quality of roads, 106. Quality of railroad, 89. Quality of port infrastructure, 113. Quality of air transport infrastructure, 116. Quality of electric supply, 94, among others, Mr. President. Internet. In terms of ICT competitiveness, technological readiness, the Philippines, out of 138 countries, the Philippines is number 83. In terms of internet users to population, again, out of 138 countries, we are 92. Fixed broadband internet subscription, we are 92. Internet bandwidth, we are number 72. Mobile broadband subscription, we are number 80. In terms of speed of the internet, South Korea is the best with 27, Hong Kong 19, Singapore 17, Japan 15.6, the Philippines 4.3%. For every 1% or 10% increase in the penetration rate, GDP goes up by 1.5%. We have a new department, Department of Information Communication Technology. Last year, we had a budget of 3.8 billion. We only spent half of that. Next year, the budget is similar. Will that make a dent in the overall plan? Meron ba tayong plano in the next 6 years, which 2017 will be your down payment, di ba? Now, I don't expect answers to these questions. Let me just rattle them off. And that maybe the committee can submit to the Senate or to our office as well responses to these questions. No? Our budget for next year for capital outlay is 800 billion. If we were to include the LG of 122, which we expect, which I don't expect that the LGs will be able to spend, that will bring it up to roughly 860 billion. Of course, you have the GOCCs at 48, national government will be at roughly 689 billion. again, no, for the record, we will be spending at least 8 trillion in the next 6 years. Okay? So that is the most important portion of the budget, the most productive portion. Now let me move on to labor. We discussed earlier how many jobs that need to be created. But I think equally important, what we should look into. And I asked earlier, where are the jobs going to be created? Agriculture, industry, and services lang naman yan eh. We can have a breakdown, di ba? Now, when it comes to labor, how many 15 and above is your actual labor force? 15 years old and above. Di ba? 15, and that is the international standard. We are a young population. In effect, our labor force is roughly 68 million Filipinos. Okay? Our labor force participation rate, those looking for a job, is 65%. Yung naghahanap ng trabaho. And we're saying that we have one of the lowest unemployment figures. What is the unemployment figure? 5.4 minus Leyte. Until now, that's how we count it in the BESF. Okay? That means 94% roughly looked for a job. Okay? So, you know, I'm worried, Mr. President, because if I look at the data in the region, first is, bakit 65% lang ang labor participation rate when you are a young population? If I compare it to Vietnam, to Thailand, their labor participation rate is much higher than the Philippines. Ibig sabihin, 35% na pwede magtrabaho, hindi na talaga naghahanap ng trabaho. Yung 15 to 21 probably are in school. But remember, these are the international standards that I'm talking about. When we talk about labor, 15 and above, able-bodied Filipino that can be working kahit na after school, before school, or whatever. Okay? At yung labor participation rate mo, mababa. If you look at Vietnam, Thailand, they're hitting the 70%. And we're similar to them. They are a young population. They're a very young population. So the younger your population, the average Filipino today is 23, 24 years old. We are a young population. You know, I'd like to ask, what is it in the US? What is it in the other countries? They're much higher. So our labor participation rate should be much higher. Okay? So what does this mean? Of the 68 million able-bodied, and you have 63.3% labor force participation rate, which is low, which should be 70%. 43 million lang yung naghanap ng trabaho at 40 million yung nakahanap ng trabaho. So 28 million kaagad, wala na. Okay? Of the 40 million, 41 million, let's take a look at the quality of jobs. Of the 41 million or 40.9 million working, how many are paying taxes? Maybe I should ask that during the finance department. Maliit lang. Ibig sabihin ba niyan, are they exempted? They are below the minimum wage? Shouldn't it be that we improve the type of jobs that the economy produces so that more people will be paying taxes and the revenues of our economy, of the government, will continuously increase? if we are conscious of this fact. That is the point I'm trying to drive at, Mr. President. The lowest labor force participation rate is in ARM at 55%. So makikita rin natin yung mababang labor participation rate are in the areas where we have the poorest in the country. Diba? Now, how many work in agriculture? Of the 40 million, 11 million. How many are the farmers? 9.8 million. How many are fishermen? 1.2 million. Industry. How many are in the industry sector? 7.3 million. Mining and quarrying, 219,000. Pag nawala yung mining sa Pilipinas, 219,000 din ang mawawala ng trabaho. And where are they located? Caraga, that area of the country. So kung sasarado natin yung mga mina dyan, recession ang Caraga, among others. Manufacturing, 3.3 million. Construction, 3.5 million. Services, the bulk. Industry is 18% of the economy. I'm sure our economic managers know that. Services, 22.7 million, which is 55% of the economy. So essentially, what I'm trying to say here is, where are we going to create those 12 million new jobs? What will be the labor force by 2022? It is easy to make these projections. Ito yung dapat pinaghahandaan natin. That's what I just wanted to drive at. Then I mentioned earlier, so let me move on, because there are others who will be asking questions. Macro assumptions. Let's go now to the macro assumptions. And that is in the BESF. Of course, you have the population, the size of the economy, the inflation rate, as I mentioned earlier, is 2 to 4%. On the average, 3%. But we don't use it. We use it for revenue projections, but we don't use it for expenditure projections. Makikita nyo sa MOE, walang relationship sa inflation. Yung pagtaas ng budget for traveling expenses, for utility expenses, for gasoline expenses, so on and so forth. Ang alam ko, nung si V, Governor ng Batangas, tinitignan namin yung inflation rate at gano'n namin pinoproject yung admin expenses. Now, unemployment rate here is 6.3%, pero may kolotilla, not including Leyte. I mentioned earlier as well, if we are serious about reducing poverty, shouldn't we put in the BESF not only macroeconomic, but socio-economic indicators, such as poverty incidence, ilan ba yung mahirap? And every year, meron tayong target or assumption, mababawasan ba? I think we've been doing this for the last decades. It is about time to change the BESF to include socio-economic indicators. After all, that is what the budget is for, including an employment odometer. How many jobs should we be creating? Nandito naman yung population. Nandito yung unemployment rate. Why don't we include poverty as an assumption?
I just got an affirmative answer. They will do that
Thank you very
in
much.
2018. That's a
Yes.
very good suggestion. I
Thank you
agree
very
with
much. And I knew I'd get the support of the sponsor. She thinks the same way as the minority leader. On the T-bill rate, why is the T-bill rate important? To determine our cost of borrowing in the Philippines. But the national debt is 6 trillion. How much is the interest expense? 300 to 350 billion, thereabouts. What is the actual interest rate? Mga 5.7 if I'm not mistaken, thereabouts, di ba? Our total borrowing cost. And then you have LIBOR here. LIBOR, your international borrowings. Of course, we pay a spread on top of the LIBOR rate. Like I said, your total cost is roughly 5.7%. So maybe dapat itama na rin natin some of these macroeconomic assumptions and indicators in the budget. Para makita natin kung tumataas ang interest rate, mababa talaga. And then, exchange rate. In the budget for 2017, we're projecting an exchange rate of 45 to 48, so 46.50 in between. But today, the exchange rate is 49.30, thereabouts. There is pressure for the peso to weaken. In fact, today pa lang, the peso is at 49. I will not belabor you on the sensitivity of the budget on the exchange rate. But it's important to know why the peso is falling. One of the reasons probably, as I mentioned in my opening remarks earlier, is the new macroeconomic assumption of a Trump presidency. Right? Are we planning for that already? The possible effect on OFW remittances, the possible effect on BPO, the possible effect on raising interest rates if the Trump presidency borrows more money from the international market, which will have an effect of increasing yields in the U.S. And people, instead of investing in the Philippines, pull out their money and invest in dollars because the yield is higher. In fact, the stock market today shows that when the president sat June 30, the stock market, the index went as high as 8,000. Today or yesterday, it was at 6.9. What does that mean? The market cap of listed companies was reduced by roughly 1.2 trillion in 4 months. The biggest drop was when Trump became the president. Are we planning accordingly? Or just take note man lang, suggestion from the minority?
Yes, Mr. President, if I may.
Yes.
You're very correct in everything that we've seen since the elections in the U.S. was held. And we see that in the past few days, the peso fell. Now it's 49.20, if I'm not mistaken, or was it last night? And the peso fell on market expectations of the U.S. government adopting policies, as you said, that will likely lead to higher interest rates, particularly treasury rates. And as a result of that, capital flows are being moved towards the U.S. And we see that other regional currencies are also showing their own kinds of weaknesses. I am informed that while the macroeconomic assumptions are based on a 45 to 48 of the peso, they also have a projection of the 49 to 52. And for every 1 peso depreciation of our peso to the US dollar, there's a 9.2 billion peso revenue insofar as our customs duties.
Assuming you can collect it.
Yes. And
But what is a fact immediately is your interest expense on your debt. Yun sigurado babayaran
yes,
mo.
I was going to that. So the projected 9.2 billion on the customs duties will be offset minus 2 billion more or less from debt service, which is dollar denominated. So we still have a net for every 1 peso depreciation to the dollar of a 7.2 billion pesos.
Yeah, like
so
I
it's really
said,
not too bad that
I
the
will not-
projection was...
yeah. Like I said, I will not delve so much on the sensitivity, and because we will disagree also in some of the issues. But the point is, we do have aside from the Trump presidency, its implication around the world. You know, let me remind you also that, or everyone for that matter, normally you have economic cycles. And over the last 3 or 4 decades, since I've been studying economics, every 10 years you have this economic bump. Okay? We are stronger today than ever before. The last global financial crisis was in 2008. The last Asian crisis was in 1998. Maybe we will not have a global crisis in 2017 or in 2018. But I suggest we start looking ahead. And it is very possible that you have a global crisis between now until 2022 to prepare for the future. Now, having said that, Mr. President, I promise to wind up anyway. I take a look at the BSF assumptions here, exports and imports. I take notice that your balance of trade,
Please prepare.
as projected, as assumed, is going down. Meaning to say, today, 2015, our imports is $65 billion, our exports is 43. There's a trade deficit of 22 billion. Next year, it's 25 billion. This year, 2017, it will be roughly 30 billion. 2018, 34 billion. 2019, 42 billion. Lumalaki ang trade deficit. So if this is a financial statement that I'm looking at, the trade deficit is increasing. We have to plan accordingly. And then you take a look at your current account balance. The current account balance, ibig sabihin may surplus. 2015, 8.4 minus 2.9. 5.5 billion yung surplus mo. Tumaas yung gross international reserves natin because of that to 80 billion, which is good. And that has been growing. But then your current account balance is getting smaller. In 2016, 5.8. In 2017, 3 billion na lang. Pababa ng pababa. Okay? Assuming oil, assuming bumalik, ngayon, swerte tayo, mababa ang langis eh. $45 a barrel. Kung naging 100 yan, just like what it was, not that I expect it to be 100, I'm just trying to make a point here. Kung naging 100 yan, that will wipe out your current account balance. Hindi ho ba? That's correct. Kung mabawasan yung growth rate ng BPO mo, kung nabawasan yung growth rate ng OFW remittance mo, what will happen then? Your gross international reserves, you will start eating it up. Babagsak yung piso, tataas ang interest rate. Mangyayari dyan, your debts will start suddenly increasing. So that is the implication of all of this. No? So, to wrap up on this issue, I propose we include in next year's budget, if not this year, in the BESF, additional macro socio-economic indicators. Poverty incidence, labor participation rate, employment numbers, so on and so forth, Madam Chair. Yes, including the unemployment and underemployment. And then finally, yung gap at saka net. I promised the chairman just a few more minutes. Finally, what is the purpose of our hearing today? After mentioning all of this, I also take note of the changes of the House to the budget, the NEP. I wonder if the House had any strategic thinking in the changes they made to the budget. I'm sure they had. Okay?
Anyway.
You know, I'd like to ask, and I'm sure that the Senate committee looked at the numbers. Here in this document that I have submitted by the committee, why did the House increase the budget halimbawa, of the House of Representatives. Not that I disagree and I respect their will, but was there any thinking about them spending, did they spend their money ba last year? At kulang, they expect to spend all of it and they want to increase it further? Huh? Example lang yan.
May I answer
Yes,
that? I asked the
yeah.
same question, really think alike. They created new positions of deputy speakers. Ilan nga? 15?
1 billion for deputy speakers?
And that translates to capital outlay for new offices.
Okay.
I was concerned about that when I first saw it, and I share your concern.
Okay.
Let's see what will happen in
Yeah.
the BICAM. That's a creation of new
Okay.
offices.
Now, let's say Department of Agriculture. Binawasan na nga yung agriculture. At agriculture is a strategic
Gusto ko tanggalin yun eh.
department. And I'm glad to note, let me congratulate the President for appointing Pete Lavinia as NIA Administrator. NIA will be a very, very important government agency that is tasked to ensure that our irrigation facilities and the money we put in irrigation will be done. In fact, the budget of that agency is bigger than the DA itself. Okay? May reduction sa agriculture, halimbawa, at least in the House, and then there was an increase also of the Senate. So on and so forth. May I just ask the committee chairman if the staff of the Senate, the changes made in the NEP by the GAB, by the House, increases in decreases is only half the story of the amendments. Okay? I'd like to find out, what did they increase? What did they increase? PS ba yan? MOE ba yan? Capital outlay ba yan? If they increase capital outlay, taking it away from MOE, then that might be strategic. Take away the admin costs. At maliwanag, pupunta, halimbawa sa agriculture, tiyak, makikinabang yung magsasaka at mangingisda. Maintindihan ko yun. Okay? But, you know, it's not only the increases and decreases, If, for example, from within the agency, you make changes, hindi mo makikita in this presentation. Right? Maybe we can just ask the committee staff to submit to us 4 or 5 departments lang that we're interested in. DPWH, DA, DOH, DepEd.
May I inform the
Yes.
minority leader?
And maybe DSWD, yes.
Yes, that your office was provided with the changes done by the House per agency,
No, I do have it here. I'm just saying.
with the
There's another
details.
one. Okay.
Completo.
Sige, we'll take a look.
It's in
We'll
your
double
office.
check,
Because I anticipated that question, so they prepared it for you.
Okay, very good, very good.
It's in your office.
And then, of course, the thinking naman, maybe I'll just go through during the actual agency. Yung Senate Committee report, compared to the GAB, compared
Yes.
to the NET. Diba? Because this is the opportunity, after saying all of this, what do we do? What amendments do we do? Where can we cut? Where can we add? To improve the absorptive capacity of government? To improve, for example, the utilization of the budget? To ensure reduction in the cost of students going to college or going to K-12, to reduce the out-of-pocket expenses of those who will get sick, and improve our hospitals, diba? Among others, and to build more infrastructure. So having said that, Mr. Brown, as I promised the gentle lady that I will just make these manifestations, I thank my colleagues for giving me the time, and to the gentle lady for answering some of the questions. Thank you very much.
I thank the minority leader for his very enlightened questions and for your wisdom. Having been the head of NEDA during the Arroyo administration and having studied economics for so long, I really appreciate your interventions, and much of it, if not all, will actually be implemented, whether it's in the 2018 BESF or a special provision that you suggested earlier on the your rear view mirror special provision. And everything has been noted and will
Thank
be
you.
taken into consideration. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, to continue with the interpellations, may we recognize Senator Banfilo Lacson, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Senator
President.
Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My interpellation will not be as lengthy, will not be as intricate, will not be as research field. This will be very basic questions that I'd like to be clarified on, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'd like to follow up on first on the observation of Senator Recto on the Trump presidency, and that it could possibly offset some of the macroeconomic assumptions. This early Moody's has already predicted a negative, credit negative for the Philippines because of the possible negative effect on the OFW remittances, because the United States is one of the major sources of dollar remittances. And instead of belaboring on that issue, I would suggest and ask the economic managers if pre-funding would be a good solution.
Pre-funding.
Pre-funding. Prefunding. Would that be a good solution?
For the 2018.
Pre-funding meaning accelerating,
The
no,
borrowings.
not just borrowing, but accelerating expenditures on infrastructure. So we can caution the possible effect of unemployment. Because Trump has already threatened to deport around 3 million illegal immigrants, and most of them many of them would be Filipinos.
Yes. First of all, Mr. President, on pre-funding, meaning heightening expenditures.
Yes.
And second, borrowing, that's both being done. That's being done because, as I said, there's been an increase of infrastructure spending allocation for next year. And second, the borrowings are already stated in the budget. Now, with regards to your question on the effect on overseas Filipinos in the U.S., I'm just basing my statistics on the Commission on Filipinos Overseas that says that of the 3.1 million Filipinos, 3.5 million overseas Filipinos, 3.1 are permanent migrants, while 129,000 are temporary workers, and less than 10% of the total are irregular, 271,000, who may face deportation. But based on what I read, when Mr. Trump had clarified his statements, he said only those who have criminal record will be deported. He was not referring to Filipinos only, but of course, all illegal migrants who had criminal records. So I think that the world, including us, may be overstating that anxiety or fear, but it's also good to be proactive and preparing for that. And so if we are to say that less than 10% of the total are irregular who may face deportation, that's 271,000, they account for only 2.5% of total remittances, which is equivalent to only 0.2% of GDP, and this is even likely overstated. And as I said, these Filipinos, or this percentage, are not even those who have criminal records. So the dent on our revenues and remittances will be near to nil, Mr. President.
Yes, so are you saying that Moody's prediction of a credit negative has no basis at all?
I am
President?
certain, of course, they have studied that and there is basis. I am specifying
Because if we're
the
given a
impact.
credit negative, then the interest rates will spike.
Yes. My answer, Mr. President, is responsive to your question on the overseas Filipinos remittances. Now, I've addressed the issue on overseas Filipinos. At worst, for those who will be returned to the Philippines, assuming all of the 2.5% that I mentioned, whose equivalent in terms of remittances is 0.2% of GDP, then government will need to prepare for reintegration, retraining, or even redeployment to other countries. But then again, I think that all of these Filipinos will not be deported. Now, with regards to your question on BPOs, NEDA initially estimates that there could be, just could, a 10% drop in demand for call centers that could reduce GDP by 0.8%. And the BPO sector has already formulated a roadmap towards higher value-added non-voice business processes. And currently, the Philippines is negotiating with other countries as well, with Japan, the EU, that could create additional business opportunities for the BPO sector, which I think should also be aggressively pursued. And so, yes, all of these changes in the world in the past 10 days should be inputted in our macroeconomic assumptions, and the 25 billion worth of remittances of OFWs and the 20 billion BPO sector, we should see how this will be affected by the policies of the new administration in January in the U.S.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next point. During the DBCC briefing, no, it was pointed out that the 30% bottom income households have considerably improved on their purchasing power. No? But as far as food consumption is concerned, but you know, attributable ito sa decreasing inflation. But we all know that yung real wages can also be a factor, di ba? Because we're only talking of income, household income, but yung government central bank failed to brief us on the real wages. So can you share to this body yung real wages in regard to inflation, Mr. President?
Real wages with regards to inflation. May have 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
If you don't have it now, Mr. President, paki-submit na lang, real wages and its effect or impact on the 2017 national budget.
Give me 1 minute.
Yes, okay.
Suspended pa tayo.
But he's asking the projection for 2017. Presently, inflation is 1.8%, Mr. President.
Actual, that's actual, no?
Yes.
Because the adjusted and the projected, yung prediction natin, between 2 to 4, di ba? But the actual inflation is less than 2% actually.
It's 1.8%, the
1.8.
actual inflation, and that's reflective of an improving, stable economy.
Shall we resume?
Now,
No?
Hindi pa pala
yes,
na-resume.
yes, ready to resume.
Session is resumed.
The projected
Can
inflation.
Senator Lacson restate his question so that the TSM
Yes,
will be complete?
yes. If I
Go
understand the question correctly, first, our assumption is a 2 to 4% inflation rate, correct? But the present inflation rate is 1.8%. And that's indicative or reflective of a healthy, robust economy. Jobs are being provided, etc. The question of the gentleman is, what is the projection
Yes.
for 2017 insofar as real wages is
Real
concerned
wages,
with the projected 2 to 4% inflation rate?
That is correct.
Do you know the answer? If not, you will submit. You're not sure of the answer? Just to be accurate, because I don't want to second guess our economic managers, Mr. President, to be candid about it, they tell me that they don't have a projection of, you do not project real wages. But
And I
if-
noticed that they also have not projected unemployment, no? Because kanina, sabi nga ni Deputy, no, ni Yusek, January pa, gagawin yung sa PDP when you meet to discuss the PDP.
Are you able to project real wages? The answer to this question and give it to us, or no? That's not possible. You don't really do that. You don't do that. So it keeps fluctuating. Mr. President, the NEDA tells me that what they can project is inflation and nominal wages, but real wages, they do not do that.
Because real wages will tell you how much an individual can actually buy, di ba?
How will we answer that if you don't do it? Can you just an estimate? May we submit that, Mr. President, by this afternoon? Can you submit it by this afternoon? Because this is, I don't want to invent, and I want to understand what they're submitting, so they'll also submit it to the Committee on Finance, because they say they do not,
I asked that because
yes.
Governor Titanco did not discuss the issue of real wages during the DBCC briefing.
Because hindi taga ginagawa. Who can do that? Would the senator be happy with the information on per capita income? Or are you asking for real wages?
No, I asked that question
Or- yeah.
because that will lead me to my next question, yung inflation targeting. No, I understand that you have not undertaken inflation targeting because you're still waiting for early 2017. Because since 2000, ito yung ginagawa ng
They do inflation targeting. In fact, based on the macroeconomic assumptions, it's 2 to 4% for 2017, Mr. President.
Yes, inflation targeting because we all know that there's an inverse relationship between inflation and interest rates, di ba? And inflation targeting would target either unemployment or interest rates, di ba? But not both. Kasi kung hindi natin kaya address yung unemployment, ang tinatarget natin yung interest rates.
Yes. May I just read into the record
Yes.
the non-accelerating inflation rate of employment, which actually means decreasing unemployment need not lead to inflation if we ease the capacity constraints like bottlenecks, logistics, since the higher wages can be compensated by lower transport costs, communication, storage costs. So the inverse relationship you mentioned
Yes.
about
Inflation and unemployment.
and employment can be addressed by the NAIRU by decreasing that meaning decreased unemployment to inflation if we take hold or confront or address the issues of capacity constraints like logistics.
Yes, because that will be the guide for the monetary board to raise or not to raise interest rates, di ba? Either one of the two.
Yes, Mr. President. Tama ba yung taliwanag ko ng NAIRU?
Yeah, my question is why did you not include the projection on unemployment in the macroeconomic
So
assumptions?
why no real wages because you don't do it, and why no unemployment in the DBCC?
Kasi previous years ginagawa eh. 2014, inflation rate, yung consumer price index 4.1, unemployment rate 6.8 and so forth. But in 2017, you did not include your projection on unemployment.
Yes. Okay, understandably so. It's the first budget, and it was a budget that they did not prepare, and so they're still doing the Philippine Development Plan, but they'll be done with it by January, and that's the reason why they did not include that. But by next year, they will have it. So in short, the information will be ready in January.
So will they consider meeting at least after January 20, after the inaugural of President Trump? So more or less you'll be guided on which policy issues, especially on immigration, he will be
Yes.
pursuing.
In fact,
di ba?
you're correct, Mr. President. After January 20, by the last week of January, we will hold a finance meeting first to adopt the rear view mirror provision of the minority leader. Ano na ang hindi ginastos from what was returned to the Treasury based on the 2015 GAA, what is continuing from 2016 GAA to be spent in the 12 months of 2017, and the output of the PDP, which will have your unemployment rate projection,
Again,
and the effect of the new policies of the Trump administration.
yes. But the new policy of this administration, according to at least Secretary Jokno, is deficit spending. And I think we should reconsider relying heavily on deficit spending on account of the Trump presidency. Kasi may effect yan eh. Pagka nag-deficit spending tayo, tumaas yung interest rates, then we'll be borrowing. And I'd like to show, I have some charts prepared.
Yes, we
And
can
if I
view
may
your
be
charts.
allowed, yung sa 2017 proposed budget, ito yung mga particulars, expenditure program at 3.35 trillion, disbursements 2.959.1 trillion. So ang revenues natin, projected revenues 2.481. So meron tayong projected deficit na 478. Ang question ko is, why would we resort to deficit spending when we cannot disperse what we have programmed sa expenditure?
It makes a lot of sense. Because, again, Mr. President, they did not plan this budget. This is a national expenditure program that was planned by the previous administration and does not reflect all of the priorities, although they had some time in July to tweak a little, but basically it's not their budget. And so they had to project which borrowings, etc., and a 3% deficit spending to GDP is a comfortable level of deficit. But perhaps next year, they can answer more for the NEP.
Yeah, but as pointed out by Senator Recto, hindi ba? Year in and year out.
Yes.
And I'll show the next slide, the next chart.
Yes. Let me just also state, Mr. President, that I believe that we should not hold responsible this administration for the underspending of the previous administration of 2015 and 2016, because much of the figures we have now are as of June 30 of 2016, and this is the underspending of the previous administration.
Underspending, considering that we were practicing continuing appropriations. We considered 2-year
Yes.
spending,
A
di ba?
two-year cycle, yes.
2-year cycle.
Yes.
But now, merong provision, special provision na 1 year lang yung cycle, yung lifespan ng ating budget. So how do we expect to consume the 3.335 trillion within a period of 1 year? Historical data, as is shown in the chart, since 2012, lagi tayo merong gap eh.
The gap is 2 years now.
Yeah, 2 years na yung spending natin, and yet, hindi
pa
natin
kaya.
magastos.
And then the proposal is 1 year.
And then now, the proposal is
You're
1 year.
correct. In fact, in my sponsorship speech yesterday, I adopted the 1-year cycle, hoping to instill discipline in the bureaucracy. But you are more realistic in saying that it's already a 2-year cycle, and the bureaucracy is still difficult. They're still having difficulty spending the money. So we will have to
In
adopt.
fact, in the House version,
It's
they
two-
reverted back to 2 years.
2 years, you're correct.
But your committee report,
You're correct. Because actually,
you
Mr.
went back to 1 year.
Eh, gusto ko
You adopted the
mag-discipline.
NEP.
I adopted the NEP because I am one with Secretary Jokno in thinking that we should discipline and pastul everyone to learn to work and to learn to spend their money. But we cannot blame them for not spending the money because they have just come in. Now, I really believe in the 1 year because a 2-year is confusing. And you know, when you talk to agencies, pwede pa naman next year. When I tell them, you have this much money, they don't even know because they're new. And then the reaction would be, we still have 1 year. So ideally, it would be easier for us also to monitor the status of projects if it's 1 year. However, I can foresee that in the BICAM, we will have to concede to a 2-year cycle, Secretary. Mukhang 2 years.
Yes, because if you look at the chart, starting Maraming sponsor. Tingnan po natin yung chart, 2012.
Yes.
Ano?
Okay.
Ito yung pinapointo ni Senator Recto kanina. Katakot-takot yung unused, ano?
Yes.
Unobligated. The different implementing units, the different agencies, cannot obligate. And nagulat nga ako, Senator Recto is talking of trillions of pesos, ano? Dahil sa record natin, unused appropriations for 2012, 216 billion. 2013, 203 billion. 2014, 392 billion. And then 2015, 486 billion.
Mr. President, let me just, your questions are interesting and valid, are the same questions that I posed in the committee hearings. But how will the Duterte administration be an administration of change? How will it address the issue of absorptive capacity of the agencies? First, the GAA is the release document. Second, they simplified the implementing rules and regulations of the government procurement system. Third, they're strengthening monitoring. Fourth, they're encouraging agencies to upgrade their internal execution mechanism to ensure that they keep in step with a sharp increase in the budget. And fifth, implementation of infrastructure 24/7 in urban areas. And sixth, streamline approval process of public infrastructure and cut on the average timetable of PPP projects. It sounds good on paper. I am hoping that this can actually be implemented. And hopefully, this, the Budget Secretary insists on a 1-year life cycle of the funds. I hope we're able to do that.
Have you looked into the actual reasons why we have so much unobligated funds in the budget?
Yes, Mr. President.
And what are those? What are the reasons?
Some of the reasons are right-of-way issues. Second, lack of planning. Third, lack of coordination of government agencies, even with local governments. Fourth could be they weren't able to procure the land, or there's no land available. Fifth is lack of technical personnel to implement the project, but they have provisions for such personnel and they did not hire. So these are problems, and it's just really, and six, they were just too scared to spend. But then again, let's give these new guys a chance to spend the money that they're asking us to approve. Hopefully, it will be an improved budget in the sense that it's not just bigger, but faster, and so that it can be spent more judiciously.
In other words, there are structural weaknesses
There are structural weaknesses.
and
You're correct.
administrative inefficiency.
You're correct.
So how would the new administration address those two factors that affect?
I named it earlier that the GAA is the release document, that there will be 24/7 construction, that there will be, the procurement system is simplified, there'll be intense monitoring. The president, I think, will even monitor all this, will compel everyone to work double time. The approval process of PPP, of public infrastructure, has been simplified. They're cutting the timetable for PPP projects. They're encouraging agencies. I think they should not just encourage, but compel agencies to upgrade the internal execution mechanism of their projects. So all of these are being or will be implemented.
I hope this administration will really solve the problem of unused appropriations or absorptive capacity of agencies.
And
Mr.
also, they
President.
have this lose it or lose your job. They actually have this policy. I thought it was a new it was an economic term. No, it's they have what they call use it or lose it policy, meaning and lose your job. So use the budget or lose your job. Use the budget or lose your job as cabinet member or as agency
Use the
head.
budget or lose, that's
Use
a
the
good one.
budget
Or lose your job.
or lose your job.
Yeah.
Yes.
We go to the general provisions. A year ago, a petition was filed before the Supreme Court, di ba? Yung sa meaning of savings. And I would like to commend the DBM Secretary for adopting the pre-2015-2016 definition of savings or meaning of savings. Ano? But then, in your committee report, you adopted the House version, yung 2015-2016 House version, to include letter B, yung non-commencement. And we will go back to the bad practice which was struck down by the Supreme Court. And I hope you reconsider your amendment.
No, in fact, Mr. President, the meaning of savings I adopted in the committee report is
The House version.
akin, to the Supreme Court. I did not follow the House version.
Hindi po. Hindi nyo po inadapt yung kay Secretary
The House
Jokno.
version, which is akin to the Supreme Court definition of savings.
This against the Supreme Court ruling, Mr. President. The definition of Secretary Jokno is the correct definition that was adopted by the Supreme Court.
Yung Supreme Court definition of savings.
Baliktad po. I just hope that you reconsider
Yes,
during the
Mr.
period of
President,
amendments.
In fact, my instruction was to follow the Supreme Court definition of savings.
And you adopted the House version, which
Sandali.
is not compliant with the Supreme Court ruling.
What we'll do is, because I asked them about that, and they said that what we adopted is a Supreme Court version. So, let's see if there was a mistake, but I can't, because I asked that several times.
Anyway, during the period of
Yes.
amendment, sana ma-reconsider ninyo na i-adapt na lang natin yung NEP, yung definition ni Secretary Jokno ng DBM.
I am told, Mr. President, that, yes, I am told, Mr. President, unless I am advised inaccurately, that the House version is more compliant to the Supreme Court definition of savings. Now, what we will do is, because I asked that several times, the NEP version or the House version. And I am told that the House version is closer to the definition of savings of the Supreme Court definition. So what we will do is, based on your suggestion, is to have a matrix of the Supreme Court NEP
Yes.
and House version, and we will adopt which is closest to the Supreme Court definition.
Thank you very much.
And we will submit it to you.
Thank you very much. Ang assurance lang is we follow the NEP as defined by Secretary Jokno, that's good enough.
Balik lang tayo sa NEP.
Balik lang tayo doon sa pre-2015-2016 GAA.
Sure. Okay. Iba yun naman ang sinabi. Sunod tayo kay Secretary. Sige. Ano ba yung difference? Because the definition of Sec Jokno, of the NEP, was he will bring it back to Congress and we have to act within 45... savings yun.
Savings.
Impoundment pa yun.
Impoundment
Okay,
yun eh.
Impoundment yun. I don't have the... Okay, just to abbreviate the proceedings, what we will do is we will compare the three, the Supreme Court, the NEP, and the...
Yeah.
Then we will decide, but I will be one with you in just following the Supreme Court definition. And indeed, if the NEP is closest to the Supreme Court, then we will revert to that.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Yung sunod is the change in the title, realignment and reprioritization. No, napalitan yung title pagdating sa yung this is the NEP, modification in the allotment. No. Now, how would you differentiate realignment, transfer, modification?
Definition of terms. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
It's flash on the screen. Pwede bang yung pakilakihan saka yung ilaw?
Pero hindi rin mabasa kahit ano.
Ayan. Hindi na malakihan yan. Anyway, realignment of funds, 2016 GAA, refers to the...
Senator Lacson, wait, we're under suspension.
Ay, sorry.
Ma'am, are we ready?
Yes.
Hindi ko na rin...
Suspend mo na. Pinapahanap ko eh.
Hindi ko narinig yung suspension. Strike 2 na.
Kasi pag-budget talaga.
Make it the term accurate modification instead of realignment.
It
But
used to be
basically the same realignment.
realignment.
Which is yeah.
But it's the same meaning.
Yes.
It's the same. The content is the same. Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session resumed.
The DBM says that the word realignment was changed to modification. Is that accurate?
Yes.
But the content of the provision is the same. It's just semantics. But modification, I am told, would mean the same as realignment. Is that
I beg to disagree, Madam Sponsor. I will quote Secretary Jokno himself. Ang sinabi niya rito, you're allowed modification only with respect to personal services or PS. That's it. But you will not be allowed to transfer it from PS to another expense class. But in the NEP, yung modification, sinasabi rito, all modifications within capital outlays. So it's no longer PS, but capital outlays.
Are we reading section 59?
Yes, is that section 59? Yes, section 59,
Yes.
Madam Sponsor.
Agencies may modify the allotment used within a program, activity, or project, subject to the approval of the following heads of agencies, etc. So it allows modification of the allotment within the same program, activity, or project.
Yes, but modifications now includes capital outlays, whereas in the definition of Secretary Jokno himself, we only allow modification with respect to personal services. So which is which? But in the definition, in the provision, in the title modification,
Mr. President, the NEP of, the
2017.
NEP of 2017 has capital outlay, and the GAB of 2017 includes capital outlay.
Yes.
The modification in the allotment in NEP and modification in the allotment in GAB includes capital outlay, Mr.
Yun nga.
President.
Are we now allowing capital outlays under
Yes.
modification? It
I
will
believe so.
contradict the very
Because-
statement of Secretary Jokno that we only allow modification in personal services sa PS lang. So why don't we just revert back to the old definition, the old provisions?
What is the suggestion of the gentleman?
Yung sa 2015 and 2016, pareho yun eh. Naiba lang sa 2017.
To revert to the 2016
Yes.
GAA,
GAA.
which only allows modification for PS.
For PS.
And not for programs, activities.
Yes. Realignment. Capital, not capital outlays.
Can you check the 2016 GAA?
Anyway.
Suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Ano ba point niya?
Anong pwedeng i-modify?
Okay. Ang gawa ni Secben, PS. Oh, basta, show me the net. Show me the net. Okay, you follow the net. Ready to resume. Wala si SP. Sige na. Okay na, we follow the net.
Sige. We follow yung dating definition. No. We don't follow the NEP kasi nga sa NEP na modify yung modification. Hindi, sa NEP. Ito, basahin ko sa'yo. Ito, modification.
Ready na sila. Saan ba wala na? Sige.
They're claiming that
Sige, sige. Ma'am, are you ready? Di ba?
Okay? Ready to resume, Mr.
Okay,
President.
session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, in the 2016 GAA, ito yung definition ng realignment. Ano? Realignment of funds refers to the reallocation, modification, or change in the details within an existing PAP. So let's not mistake modification with realignment.
According to the DBM, Mr. President, modification in the NEP and the GAB and realignment in the GAA of 2016, they mean the same, correct? They simply replaced the word modification with realignment. Now, the content of 2016 GAA is different from NEP of 2017, and what is stricter in terms of the definition?
But I'm using exactly the same statement of Secretary Jokno when he said, ito sinabi niya, statement ito last August, exceptional circumstances that allowed the modification of allotment from savings only pertain to personal services. So it contradicts now the wordings in the NEP. Modification, all modification, ito yung 2017 NEP. All modifications within capital outlays may only be made until June 30, 2017. So instead of just limiting modification sa personal services, nahalo na sa yung capital outlay. That's the issue I'm raising, Mr. President.
PS is expense class, MO is expense class, CO is expense class. So we cannot really
As long as it's the same expense class.
Yeah,
I
same
see.
expense class.
Teka, it's the statement of, okay, dito tabi ka para sigurado ha, because I'm having difficulty answering your question because you are referring to a statement made by Sec Jokno, which I'm not familiar with. But I am made to understand that this is still within the same expense class. The transfer from PS to MOE and capital outlay is
Not allowed.
not allowed.
Not allowed. You cannot transfer PS to capital outlay.
Is not allowed in the 2017 NEP. That is not allowed. The transfer in the NEP of 2017 from PSMOE to CO, it's not allowed, right?
What is allowed, kaya that's the...
Yes.
Yes, kaya what is the secretary of this meeting of the secretary is you are allowed only from PS to within PS. So, PS to PS.
And that's his point. That is his point. Kaya nga eh. Teka. Eh pareho nga. O, teka.
You want the suspension? Okay, session is suspended. Ayusin na nga muna.
Trump na ito eh. Kung hindi talaga Trump, paiksi ang budget. Diba? Inis. We're ready to resume, Mr. President.
Wala pa.
Ping, mahaba ka pa? Ping, mahaba ka pa?
Hindi.
Yan na. Augmentation.
Iano ko lang on record yung unprogrammed para malinaw lang na hindi nila-align.
Basahin mo yung cut.
Hinahanap ko ako sa naki-align.
Wala. Sabihin mo pa kung ano yung kinatog na. Finance yan nagpakatog. Kala mo ha, kala mo nag-iit ako ng 2.4.
Are we ready to resume?
Ready to resume, Mr.
Okay,
President.
session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. During the break, we all agreed that instead of using modification and realignment, we just stick to the language of the Constitution, which is augmentation. And at the proper time, during the period of amendment, we'll just prepare the particular provision, including the title of Section 59 in the GAB and Section 59 of the House version.
Yes,
That's,
Mr. President.
If that's fine with the...
Yes, we accept that, Mr. President.
One other item, anyway, we've discussed this already, but I just want to put it on record that 2.4 billion was deducted from unprogrammed funds. I just want to make sure that the 2.4 billion pesos deducted from the unprogrammed funds did not find its way to the program, to the National Expenditure Program, because that's not allowed.
Yes, Mr. President,
Kasi
I
nga,
assure you
imagine
there is no realignment to any provision. It was simply a cut of the unprogrammed appropriations.
So for the record, yung unprogrammed funds, instead of 67 billion, na-reduce na ng 65 billion.
65.1.
It's now
65
65.1.
0.1 billion. Walang pinuntahan yung 2.4.
I assure you,
Thank
walang
you.
pinuntahan.
Thank you very much. So lump sum again. Ito na yung lump sum. Ano. I won't belabor this, but I would just like to manifest that there's an existing DBM circular. Circular number 2010-9, which defines lump sum. And I think, or I believe that all the agencies, the IUs, should be guided by this circular. It defines lump sum as lump sum appropriations and centrally managed items. Those items in the budget of agencies for which the IUs or the implementing units and the specific amounts allocated for each have not been identified in the National Expenditure Program or the GAA. So I think that's clear enough, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. And having said that, my staff have identified, members of my staff have identified from 8 agencies so far, ano, yung lump sum na na-identify is or amounts to 409,414,504. So far, yun ang na-identify na lump sum. I don't know what we will do with the lump sum appropriations. Ayan, naka-plus po doon sa ating. Naka-breakdown yan sa mga agencies. Like,
Can you kindly give me all your slides?
Yes.
Because I will also ask the agencies if they have. Just like earlier when Senator Recto mentioned about the lump sums and the DepEd said, the DBM said that there was actually a CD of the line item of all the schools. So probably in an accompanying book or CD, there could be the line item provisions of these so-called lump sums. I'll try to find out.
yes, Mr. President. My strongest issue against lump sum is, subject, this is discretionary in nature. Therefore, it's subject to misuse and abuse.
I actually have it here. I have the breakdown. Let's say in DOH, OSEC, which you cited, I can, let me just read it. There's monitoring, evaluation for the assistance of municipalities projects. There's health, human resource policy, development and planning for LGU and regional support. There is implementation of doctors to the barrios and rural health practice programs. There's local health systems development and assistance, regionalized assistance to field tuberculosis society. So it's actually not a lump sum. I have the details, the amounts, PS, MOE, and the total amounts of totaling that amount that I see of 47 billion.
We prepared the diagram, no? Ang reference namin is the Belgica decision ng Supreme Court. So kindly flash yung diagram. Pag sinabi nating lump sum, di ba, constitutionally infirm appropriations, irregular lump sum, maraming purposes, hindi defined yung kung anong purpose gagamitin. So hindi rin discernible yung amount dahil nga naka-lump sum eh. So therefore, even the presidential veto power is being violated. Why? Anong ibibito kasi the president is authorized to do a line item veto. Pero kung walang line item, paano magbibito yung presidente? So, that's the issue involved here.
I am one with you there, and I appreciate that. However, there is here a very long line item provisions of the 47 billion you mentioned. If you want, I can show it to you now. Dalhin niyo nga.
That's 409 billion so far, Madam
This
President.
is, I'm referring to the DOH.
DOH only.
Yes. And I can imagine that all the others have also such line items. So,
Okay.
hindi naman lump sum, ito nakadetalya lahat.
Basta merong items.
Meron.
Hindi lump
Very
sum.
clear.
Hindi multi.
Regionalized pa. It's not just the program, but it's also regionalized. And it also says ano yung PS, ano yung MOE. It's TB control, HIV AIDS, family health
When you say line
responsible.
item, identified yung project. Yung
Yes.
purpose,
Region lang, region 1.
yun nga eh, region lang eh. So it's still lump sum.
Saan? Ito.
Yan lang ma'am, nakalagay kasi nakalagay regionalized.
Hindi natin alam kung sa ilalagay yan eh. Nasa region lang eh.
Region. It's in the region.
So it's still lump sum.
Lump sum up to the region.
I defined lump sum as contained in the DBM circular. and it's very clear. Kung hindi ma-identify yung item, it's lump sum.
No, for example, HIV/AIDS, dengue, and it says here regionalized. Would you consider that lump sum? Other
course.
infectious diseases, emerging, re-emerging diseases, HIV/AIDS, regionalized. And then that's part of the 47 billion, and that amounts to 1.5 billion. So all of this can be accounted for, the whole 47,
Lang siya, ma'am.
by region.
We'll just await your submission, Madam Sponsor.
Bigyan natin ito. Okay.
One more item, this is a new item, assistance to disadvantaged municipalities program, 19.43 billion pesos. You identified 1,373 disadvantaged municipalities. We have 1,489 municipalities, and there are 116 municipalities in the ARM region, in the autonomous region. So ang ibig sabihin nito, implication, all the rest of the municipalities are disadvantaged. No? And I will show you the richest, at least the top 3 richest municipalities. Cainta, Rizal, ang kanilang total income, kasama na yung IRA dito, 970 million. Ang average annual income ng isang probinsya, at least as of 2015, 1 billion pesos. So, ang income ng Cainta, Rizal, and it is being classified as a disadvantaged municipality. In contrast to Tabon-Tabon, Leyte, ang kanyang total income, 38 million. Now, ang allocation from Assistance to Disadvantaged Municipalities Program, binigyan ng Cainta ng 34 million pesos. Binigyan yung Tabon-Tabon ng 14 million. So my point is, nasaan yung masyadong inequitable yung distribution. So ano yung criteria for the distribution of funds under this program? At saka anong kaibahan nito sa BUB? Because I understand, in-scrap na natin yung BUB.
Okay.
But the...
May I read the assistance to disadvantaged municipalities? This amount is appropriated under the Local Government Support Fund, shall be used for assistance to disadvantaged municipalities, which shall be determined based on equal share per capita share, year-based share computed from previous national government allocations to the municipality, and share for good performance as determined by the DILG in consultation with DBM.
Yeah,
And
but
the covered municipality may request financial assistance for the following projects: access roads, evacuation water system, etc.
May detalye naman. Yun ang sinasabi.
And the details are here in this big book.
Yun ang sinasabi ni Senator, ma'am, na regardless.
no, but
kung
my
may
question
yaman
is,
o hindi.
how could you classify Cainta, for example, as a disadvantaged municipality?
DBM ang nag-decide.
When the income of Cainta is almost the average annual income of a province.
DILG and DBM. Hindi kayo.
And so with Maribeles or Limay, Bataan,
So,
498
DILG,
million pesos.
during their budget,
492
explain how
million
this is
pesos.
spent. But you have to be here also in all, you'll be here every day with me. In all the 8.
So not one municipality has an advantage over another municipality.
The rich municipalities have to raise 30%. There's a matching. There is a counterpart. I understand that there is a counterpart.
Counterpart fund. So it's BUB.
30%. Huh?
It's BUB using another name. Even the requirements, under BUB menu of programs, assistance to disadvantaged municipalities program, project menu. Tapos second, concurred by CSO representative yung disadvantaged municipalities program. Under BUB, CSO representatives in Local Poverty Reduction Action Team, LPRAT. And then validated by the ILG, The other one is also validated by the ILG. Yung pala, may counterpart fund din tong assistance to disadvantage. So, BUB na lang gamitin natin.
Akin na yung menu.
Ayan, water system, evacuation.
Marami. Water evacuation, access road, and sanitation.
19.43. But in fairness, at least, lahat meron. Under BUB, di ba selective? Now, I want to...
The difference here, I understand,
Yes.
is the focus is on water, sanitation, although local access road is allowed.
Ganon din
but-
ang BUB.
But livelihood is not allowed. In BOB, I think there was livelihood.
So there's overlapping kasi meron ng national agencies, mga NGAs, involved in water program,
Yes.
sanitation.
Oh.
So duplication ito.
You're very correct. Overlapping in government is so prevalent. We see overlapping in terms of construction of roads, overlapping in terms of micro-enterprise development, overlapping in terms of small livelihood programs. Every agency, I agree with you.
And we'll just allow that.
Yeah, no, I wish we could, you know, if we were to do the budget, talagang daming overlapping. Micro-enterprise development lang, 10 na yung ahensyang yan eh. Pagbibigay ng cash out, hindi lang DSWD, may mga, like DOST, I think gives grants to small enterprises. There's really overlapping. I do not deny that. Do we allow it? It's been allowed all these years, if not decades. We can tell the agencies, perhaps in January, to review the budget and see all agencies with overlapping. We can put them together and see who is the which is the agency that is more competent to do that. Limit it that.
But
Then
why-
we can delete
But why
the
rename
programs.
it pa? Why rename it to assistance to disadvantaged municipalities? Which is a misnomer because,
When did you
but
rename?
hindi ba pa, hindi pa BUB na lang kung BUB.
This only refers to needy municipalities and not cities.
Madam Sponsor, 1,373 municipalities ang involved dito.
Yes.
Ang initsapera lang dito, ARM, 116 municipalities. Why? Because may sarili silang pondo kasi nga autonomous. So, all municipalities except the 116 municipalities of ARM, disadvantage ang classification.
Yes. BUB included cities, I understand. And this does not include cities. So it really focuses on the poorest municipalities. That's the difference with BUB.
Cainta is the richest municipality, Madam Sponsor. 970
but it
million
does not
in income.
include cities. BUB, I understand, included cities.
No, may issue is on the word disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Why does it include a wealthy municipality? I am told that it includes municipalities, not cities, unlike BUB. But as to your question, why Cainta is there, I cannot answer that. I will have to ask whoever selected these local governments. Perhaps in the DILG budget, because this is part of their budget, we can ask them who is in charge. Who's in charge
Okay.
of selecting DILG? All of
Lahat
these that
nila eh,
we're
disadvantage
discussing now, they should prepare when they come.
Sabi nga, not one municipality has an advantage over another. Kasi lahat eh. 1,370. Pag kinuwento mo, lahat eh.
Nandyan ba ang antike sa mga disadvantage nyo? Baka
Yeah, misnomer.
nakalimutan ang aking lalawigan. Ha?
Lahat ng munisipyo sa Antique nandito, I assure you.
Okay, very good. Totoo?
Lahat ng munisipyo ng Antique, disadvantaged.
Nandyan, 18. Nakita mo yung pangalan? 18
Well,
municipalities.
1,373 municipalities. I-add mo yung 116, that's 1,489 municipalities. Yun ang total number of municipalities in the whole Philippines.
Yes,
So lahat nga ng municipalities, disadvantage.
yes. I cannot answer you why Cainta is there. There must be a reason.
Hindi, meron sila per capita.
But when DILG comes for their budget, we'll ask whoever crafted and what were the standards that were set.
Okay, one last point para matapos na.
Yes.
Ito, I'm sure, ito malapit ito sa puso ng sponsor. Yung Yolanda. No? In-approve ni President Aquino, 167.8 billion pesos.
Aka na yung yun. Hiningi ko
Ang so far na i-release, no? Meron pang gap sa funding ng Yolanda alone, 62 billion. And then in the 2017 GAA or NEP,
Yeah.
wala man lang item sa not just Yolanda, walang item, walang appropriation sa isang item for rehabilitation and recovery. So, saan kukuha ng pang-rehabilitate at pang-recover yung tinamaan ng Lawin, yung tinamaan ng Karen? Kasi walang item because ang sabi ng Supreme Court, hindi naman tayo pwede mag-realign from savings or mag-augment from savings kung walang item. And there's no item for under rehabilitation and recovery. Merong item sa NDRR MC, pero calamity. That's for response and relief.
Tapos ito yung
But not a single amount, not even an item
sa 2000,
for rehabilitation and recovery.
1 billion.
Yes, Mr. President, may I read into the record the earmarked funds for Yolanda in the 2016
I
budget?
have that,
Which,
Mr.
yes,
President.
just so that it is understood that we have not forgotten them, and this is continuing till December of next year. There's 20.7 billion for housing assistance for Yolanda victims, still to be spent for 2017. And there is, under the NDREAM Fund, 18.4 billion still to be spent, again, for Yolanda victims. So between the two of that, that's 38 billion for 2016, still to be spent in 2017. Now, in the NEP of 2017, there is housing assistance for Yolanda victims for 1.3 billion. And 72 million?
Yes.
And 72 million for housing assistance as well. Then we also have in the NIA an earmarked program for Yolanda damaged areas for 400 million.
Yes, I have that.
Yes.
Binawasan pa nga yung from 685 sa NEP. Binawasan pa sa GAB, naging 315.4 million na lang. Yung upgrading, rehabilitation of national irrigation systems damaged by Typhoon Yolanda. My question is, how about the other calamity-stricken areas? How can they recover?
Ang laki ng ating NDREAM. Akin ang NDREAM.
No, but we're talking here of rehabilitation and recovery.
Yes.
Ang NDREAM is for response and relief.
NDREAM, Mr. President, can be used for prepositioning, for
Yes.
response and relief, and recovery as well. In fact, there's so much unspent of NDREAM. We even have to, akin na yung NDREAM. Ang laki-laki ng NDREAM. They only spent 4 billion, I think, this year. There's 30 plus billion. The NDREAM can be used for prepositioning and response as well. Pwedeng rehabilitation. And for rehabilitation as well.
Ito pa 35 billion ang balance nila sa September 30.
The balance of the NDREAM fund, Mr. President, is 35 billion. And apart from that, their allocation for
Walang number
2017
Is 30.
is 36 billion. Kaya ang laki po ng pwedeng pagkunan, pangkaren, panglawin,
calamity
at
fund.
kung ano pa. More than 60 billion put together. Right?
Repair, reconstruction. Ito yung purpose.
For 2000,
That's 37.2 billion.
for 2017.
36 pag kinat mo yung
Okay. There's a 37 billion allocated in 2017 for repair, reconstruction of permanent structures, including capital expenditures for other calamities.
Question, Madam Sponsor. Sa Senate Committee report, naging 30.255 billion na lang. Binawasan niyo po ng 6 billion.
because of the
Yung NDRRMF.
Yes, Senate Committee report, it's 35.5.
kinat
No, 30.2. kinat nyo
sorry,
ng 6
30.
billion.
Because meron pang
Yes, because they have a big unused amount in 2016. And they hardly used the 2016 funds.
May I know for the record kung saan napunta yung 6 billion?
Ito nga sa October 31, ito yung balance
Teka.
na 30, 32.
Saan nalagay yan?
yung yung ating 3 billion na yung national sa PhilHealth.
Ah, yes.
32 billion pesos
Okay.
of October 31.
Yeah. Okay.
interject?
N-Dream Fund,
Gusto mo interject?
Mr. President, the N-Dream Fund, they still have 32 billion, huh?
30.2
Oh,
billion
32
left
billion
from
this year. And then, you're correct, in the Senate committee report, we cut it, and it's still 30 billion. Honestly, I will stand here next year, hindi nila mauubos ito. They cannot use this. Now, where did it go?
Yes.
We have the PhilHealth universal coverage, which we had to fund because that was not in the NEP of 3 billion. We have the free irrigation to farmers of 2 billion. We have the centenarians who will be given for the first time 100 million. State universities and colleges of 401 million, Mr. President. So what we're saying is that if there's any person who is as concerned as you for disaster preparedness, Mr. President, I would not cut it if I knew that they did not need it. They just have so much funds and they're not spending it. And so we thought that we could put it for universal health care, for irrigation for farmers.
because it slots under the NDRRMC,
Yes.
hindi ba? But why don't we just distribute it or reallocate it to the different agencies involved in rehabilitation and recovery so they can use it?
Because, Mr. President, like NHA, they also have unused funds. I would be reluctant to give it from NDREAM where you can draw, all the agencies can draw, and it can also replenish the QRF of certain agencies rather than put it again in NHA. They're returning funds in 2000
So we go back to the previous question or
of the
concern of
absorptive
Senator Recto.
capacity. I'm sorry?
Why ask Congress to approve a 3.335 trillion peso appropriations kung hindi rin magagastos?
Because, Mr. President, it is a new budget of a new administration, and we cannot hold them responsible for the unspent funds of the previous administration.
Therefore, if that's the argument, we should restore all these amounts, all these appropriations, because they can spend it. This is a new administration.
We are not taking out all. We're just realigning some to certain areas where we feel there is a need, like irrigation. For sure, that will be spent, because if we don't do that, the farmers will have to pay for their irrigation. Let's say it will immediately be spent because the 8 million informal sector will get sick, will need point of care in hospitals, in state-owned hospitals. So I believe that can be used immediately. The scholarships in SUCs for science and technology, that can be spent immediately. So what I'm saying, Mr. President, imbis na tutulog ang pera sa kalaki-laki, sa mga ahensyang ito, linagay natin sa may pangangailangan for social protection na magagastos kaagad. And I am certain that the 70 billion of the NDREAM will not be spent totally by in 12 months.
Well, but as you said, this is a new administration. Why do we have to juggle all these appropriations to different agencies? That cannot use or appropriate or obligate the appropriations? Di ba, ano yun, sinabi niyo? No use, no...
And you lose your job.
You lose your job.
Well, that's a reason why we deleted from some agencies and put it where we know it's much needed and can be spent.
Anyway, I won't belabor the issue anymore, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. So, at the proper time during the period of amendments, yung mga ibang issues na naiwan, we'll just tackle it during that period. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I appreciate and thank the good Vice Chairman. You should have helped me defend the budget.
President.
But your interventions are most welcome. And we agreed on all. Actually, we agreed on all. I do not disagree with anything that you said.
Mr.
Majority
President, yes, still in the general principles, I move that we recognize Senator Frank Drilon.
Senator Drilon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promised the good sponsor that by 5:50 we're through. Just a few matters, just a few issues, because,
Yes.
you know, the good sponsor has patiently answered the questions of our Senator Lacson and Senator
Yes.
Recto,
you.
and just a few matters.
And just to, thank you very much, Mr. President Pro Tempore. And just to let you know, when I was your chairman of finance last year, I speedily breezed through the general principles, so I hope that you will be kind to me now.
Yeah. Senator Lacson was just re-elected to the Senate last year. That is why you breezed through the general principles the last time. In any case,
Because he was not around. Okay.
in any case, Mr. President, I'll be using the sponsorship speech, basically, of the good sponsor. First, on the conditional cash transfer program. The sponsor in her speech said, quote, 78.7 billion is set to support a comprehensive social investment package in the form of the conditional cash transfer program, targeting 4.4 million eligible beneficiaries in 2017. First question, this 78.7 billion will be all in the form of cash grants.
Cash grant, right? These are
For
cash
the record.
transfers. Yes, Mr. President.
I'm sorry?
These are cash transfers.
What?
Cash grants.
These are cash grants.
Cash grants. These are cash transfers. Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. During the committee hearing, when the matter of the DSWD budget was on the floor, there was a statement and a commitment made that this will not be used. The amount of 78.7 billion will not be used for rice coupons or for the purchase of rice, because that is a setup favored with reason and with much rationality by the economic managers who are all present here. Secretary Jokno, Secretary Pernia, and the Finance Secretary. They all agreed that it makes a lot of sense to use the 78.7 billion as cash grant and not to purchase rice, which will be distributed to the beneficiaries. If the beneficiaries would buy rice, fine. But just to spread on the record, this will not be used, no part of this grant will be used to purchase rice.
We actually adopted the provision that Your Honor suggested in the Pantawid Pamilya program, and it says that it will support poverty reduction, social development, etc. And we deleted the rice allowance. We increased the cash grant and deleted the portion of the rice allocation. In short, it will be cash grant that they can purchase rice for.
Yes. And that is the view that is endorsed by the economic managers who are present here this afternoon.
Yes.
For the record.
They were unanimous in agreeing to that.
All right. So, all right. Now, let's, we leave that subject as recorded. Now, on the matter of, on the matter of the underspending. All right. The good sponsor in her sponsorship speech said that in order to address the underspending, let me quote it, we are therefore proposing a budget that provides a disincentive to hoard funds by limiting executive discretion to impound funds in accord with the Supreme Court decision, with the decision of the Supreme Court. May we know exactly what this means?
What's the Supreme Court decision? The Supreme Court decision. Supreme Court decision. Impoundment.
In other words, is the discretion to impound funds a cause of underspending?
In short, we are adopting the Supreme Court decision on impoundment.
I'm sorry, but maybe we don't understand what exactly is the scope of this statement, that you are addressing the problem of underspending by providing a disincentive to hoard funds by limiting executive discretion to impound funds. Can we cite the example of the budgetary item which carries out this statement in the sponsorship speech?
Yes. The speech says, Mr. President, that we are limiting executive discretion for impoundment in accord with the Supreme Court. And we even defined the conditions, and we defined what impoundment meant, if I'm not mistaken. Is it here?
What does impoundment mean?
Just 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Sorry?
1 minute suspension.
No objection. Session is suspended.
Ano ba ito?
Sure. What he's asking is, give me the definition of impoundment. Why is it a disincentive? What's the benefit?
But it says no appropriation shall be impounded. What is it impoundment? The basic sila ang humingi.
Yes, yes. Ready to resume, Mr. President. Yes. To simplify this statement, Mr. President, it simply says
Session is
that-
resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, sorry.
Sorry?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. This simply means, Mr. President, that we will limit we should allow agencies to spend the funds, and we will limit the discretion of the executive to keep it or to unrelease all these funds. That's all we're saying.
You will limit the power of the president not to release.
Of the executive. We
The
are,
executive is the president.
yes, Mr. President, we are limiting executive discretion to not release the funds.
Correct.
Or to
The
impound the
executive
funds.
discretion is the president. Because the president is, the power over the budget is not of the executive, but of the president. I guess, all right, I'll ask the bottom line question.
Yes.
Is it constitutional to limit the power of the president to impound or to not to release funds? In our system of government, the Congress authorizes the expenditure program. The president has the right not to spend because that is only an authorization. The budget is an authorization. The president under our system has the power not to use that authorization. The power not to use that authorization is the power to impound the release of funds. Are we now saying that we are limiting the power of the president not to release funds? And therefore, the next question is that sanctioned under the Constitution and our system of government?
That will also diminish the power of the president. It will allow the president to. That will diminish the power of the president. It will allow the president to impound funds. We are setting guidelines.
Mr. President, what we simply mean is that we are enacting a law, the GA is a law, and we want to make sure that the agencies that Congress has the power of the purse and that we're appropriating all these funds, and that we should use the funds judiciously and not let we're not saying that there will be no discretion, but to limit this discretion so that so that the president will not just say use it for here, so that it will be Congress's responsibility to appropriate these funds.
That is precisely the issue we are raising. Because in our system of government, we appropriate, the president has the authority once we appropriate. But the president has the full discretion whether to use that authority or not. And if he does not want to use that authority, that is the power to impound, not to release. So the question that we raise is it proper to limit the power of the president to impound and not release portions of the budget? Because, Mr. President, if we look at the budgetary history, there were numerous occasions in the past when the president would not release funds. Secretary Jokno is fully aware of this. In fact, we were brought to the Supreme Court one time when there were some funds which were not released. So that is why we raised, that is why we wanted to know what is this limitation on the executive discretion to impound funds, because in our simple reading, the executive discretion to impound funds is a constitutional power of the president and is necessary is
Yes.
found in a system of check
Itong
and balance.
prohibition against impoundment.
Flexibility of the executive.
And that is the 2017. I think it's
And please don't
Yes.
give me the reason that this is provided in the law. Because precisely, this is a constitutional power which, in my view, and I'm willing to be corrected, cannot be limited by a provision of the law.
Mr. President, both in the GAB and in the GAA of 2016, there is a provision on the prohibition against impoundment of appropriations, and that's in Section 53. And it simply says that there are no appropriations authorized under this act shall be impounded unless there is an unmanageable national government budget deficit and subject to the rules and regulations by the DBM.
What we're saying, Mr. President, is even without that provision, the president can impound in under any circumstance.
Because it is, you're saying, because it is his constitutional mandate.
This is constitutional power of the president.
Yes, I understand what you're
The power to
saying.
release or not to release is a power that is lodged in the president.
this provision is useless? But I understand what you're saying, that that is his constitutionally mandated authority. Is that what you're saying? However, there is also this section in the GAB and in the GAA of 2016 on the prohibition against
Yeah.
impoundment of appropriations, which I don't think it is contrary to each other. It's just a safeguard. It's a disincentive or a safeguard against an abuse of power where the executive would impound any appropriation. So it provides a balance of power. I understand where you're coming from, that we should not say that there is a disincentive for the president, for the executive to impound. Yes, it's contained in the Constitution, but it is also the power of Congress to appropriate these funds and for the executive not to disallow the appropriation of these funds or for agencies to use these funds. Am I clear? And so this Section 53 on the prohibition against impoundment of appropriations is not contrary to the constitutional mandate of the president or his right to impound funds.
In other words, you're saying that by law, you can limit the power of the president insofar as his power over the budget is concerned.
The president may impound, but there are limitations to his
Precisely.
to this impoundment.
Precisely. You are imposing limitations on his power to impound.
I'm sorry?
We are imposing limitations on the power of the president to impound.
In a way, the Section 53 says that, Mr. President.
But Section 53 is only a law. The power of the president is constitutional.
Constitutionally mandated. What is the pleasure?
No, I'm not.
The president,
no,
are you-
by
are
the-
you-
by my,
Yeah.
I am just testing the validity and trying to figure out what exactly do you mean by solving the underspending by limiting the powers of the president insofar as the power to release and impound are concerned.
It simply says, it is, that statement, Mr. President, simply elaborates
Okay,
on Section 53. Perhaps it is a safeguard against arbitrary impounding while realizing and recognizing the right, the constitutional right of the president to impound funds.
So all right. So Section 53 is already there, and therefore, it is not the cause of underspending. Because the implication of your statement here is that you are providing a disincentive to hold funds by limiting the executive discretion to impound funds.
Section 53 is contained in the GAB, as it is contained in the GAA of 2016.
Anyway,
Yes.
I have expressed my views on the record, and let us leave it at
That's
that.
noted.
Yes.
There's probably some confusion, you're saying, as to the interpretation of that statement.
Yes, all right. Now, allow me, Mr. President, just to go to some specific insofar as the issue of savings is concerned. Mr. President, recently the President announced grant of allowances to the military and uniformed personnel, meaning the armed forces and the policemen.
Provision for military. You have it. That's contained in the.
Hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. President. He promised it and it's allocated in the budget. It's appropriated.
No. When, what is the exact amount per soldier and per policeman?
Can we have the amount? We're retrieving the exact amount. May we request for suspension, please?
Session is suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
We have the combat duty pay, Mr. President. We have the combat incentive pay, officers and enlisted personnel of the AFP performing combat duties, and uniformed personnel of the PNP engaged in actual police operations are entitled to receive combat duty pay at a fixed rate of 3,000 pesos per month. And members of the AFP and uniformed personnel of the PNP who figure directly in actual combat against members of various insurgent, terrorist, lawless groups to receive an additional 300 pesos per day, but there are conditions that the operation must be for a specific combat mission, that the personnel involved in combat must be in the published task organization, and the total combat incentive pay for each individual shall not exceed 3,000 pesos. The combat incentive pay shall be over and above the combat duty pay of 3,000 for qualified officers and enlisted personnel of the AFP and qualified uniformed personnel of the PNP.
This was granted effective September 1, 2016, Mr. President. Is that
September
correct?
of this year, Mr. President.
September? September 1?
Starting September 1 of 2016. Yes, Mr. President.
And how much will it cost us for 2016, the 4 months?
September to December, that's 4.06 billion pesos for 4 months. And for 2017, it's 12.2 billion pesos
Now,
per annum.
where was this sourced? From savings?
This was from the miscellaneous personnel gratuity funds.
Was this contemplated at when we crafted the 2016 budget?
Since the NEP was a budget of the previous administration,
No, not the NEP. We're talking about the GAA, the General Appropriations Act for 2016, which apparently is the source of this
So he's asking,
funding.
your question is, was this in the net of 2006,
No,
2017?
is it in the present budget, the present General Appropriations Act for 2016?
Nasa 2016. The MPBF is in the GAA of 2016.
Right.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, when the 2016 miscellaneous benefit personal fund was crafted, did it take into account the grant of combat duty pay and combat incentive pay?
I don't think so, because
I don't think so.
that was a different group. That was the Aquino administration that crafted the 2016 MPBF.
Whatever it is, the point is, in the 2016 General Appropriations Act, there was no provision for combat duty pay and combat incentive pay.
There was no provision for that, because
Right.
the provision for that came from the MPBF.
No. I don't agree with that.
There was an existing benefit to disarmed, to both groups, combat duty and combat incentive pay. It was an augmentation?
Yes, there's an existing benefit, but the increases were not and are not in the 2016 General Appropriations
Wala.
Act.
What? Is it in 2016?
No, is this sourced out of savings?
Kasi ma'am, kasi it can fall sa definition for payment of compensation adjustment.
So, the question is, where did it come from?
How was it sourced? Yes.
How was it sourced?
Yes.
DBM, how was it sourced?
From the MPBF.
MPBF.
MPBF, yes, because they're unfilled positions.
Ah.
And then a plus of yung mga hindi nabigyan ng PBF.
Yes. The source of this funding is from the MPBF,
Compensation adjustment.
compensation adjustment
Yes.
for payment, Mr. President.
But when the MBPF was included in the 2016 General Appropriations Act, it did not contemplate of an increase in the combat duty pay and the combat incentive pay. Is that correct?
It came from an item called compensation adjustment of the MPBF.
You mean in January, this was predicted, or in December, when the good sponsor presented the 2016 budget,
yes.
you already contemplated of
I don't think
including
so. I don't think it was contemplated, because these are two different groups, two different administrations. But there was a provision which was not utilized. There was, the compensation adjustment was not utilized, and that was the source under MPBF for this combat pay.
and therefore you consider that as savings.
It is considered, according to the DBM, as a use of savings.
Sorry?
Is it use of savings? No, let me correct. What is it?
MPBF lang ma'am, pero unfilled positions.
These were unfilled positions.
Yes, from the
Meron kang savings sa unfilled position, it was removed, we aligned to compensation adjustment. Why?
within the MPBF. Within the
In short, ang tanong niya simple, saan ang galing ang pondo nyo na binigay sa combat pay? Sabi niyo MPBF, sabi niyo compensation adjustment. Oh. Savings ba yun ang tanong niya? So legal ba yun? Allowed ba yun? These are PS of unfilled position.
use of funds.
Yes. Mr. President, these were PS of unfilled positions within the MPBF.
So we use the provision for the budget for unfilled position to pay for combat duty pay and combat incentive pay increases.
Is that accurate? Is that accurate? No? May we request for suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
Wait, let me see. You know, you better make up your mind. Because kayo ang naghanap nitong pondo.
Mahirap depensahan ito.
galing sa compensation adjustment. Sabi niya, ano yan, anticipate na yung dating administration? Hindi, galing sa unbilled position. May item talaga yan.
Ito, billing out of unfilled, ito pa yun.
Ah, iba pa yun.
Iba pa yun.
I see.
There's really a line for compensation.
Cross-border. Ang FCC mo, maraming sa mga di ba? Alis ka rin kayo, kawawa naman kayo. Teka, tatanong ko FEC
let you know.
Are you ready to resume?
Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Senator Legarda, okay. Okay, session is resumed.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Is there a pending question from Senator
I don't
Legarda?
recall, Mr. President.
I thank the good gentleman for his interpellations.
Yes, okay, I'll ask the question. Okay.
No more, no more.
Sorry, just for the record, we intend to support the budget, but, okay. What is the MPBF for the current year? How much?
This is 2016.
All right, I'll provide the figure. 96,261,997,000. Is that confirmed, Mr. President?
That is correct, Mr. President.
And how is this broken down?
The breakdown. That includes the performance bonus.
How much is the performance bonus?
This is 2016.
2016, tinatanong mo.
This is 2016, right? Yeah. Ito, the first row. 13 billion, 13.5 billion.
13,528,719,000.
And the filling of unfilled positions,
All right,
16.9.
yes, the next is,
I'm rounding it, I'm estimating
Okay,
it, I'm not
fine,
giving
yes.
the whole figure. The filling of unfilled positions, 16.9 billion. The creation of new positions, 7.6 billion. The legal defense fund, 200 million. And compensation adjustment, 57.9.
so where is the combat pay provided for in the current MPBF allocation?
In compensation adjustment, Mr. President.
Compensation adjustment. Are we saying that when we allocated funds for compensation adjustment, we already contemplated of a combat pay?
No, Mr. President.
No. So this cannot be the source of combat pay. Because it was not in the contemplation, in fact, it's not included in the 57,906,416,000, which is allocated for compensation adjustment.
Doon nyo kinuha.
And compensation adjustment, for the record, isn't this a provision for the salary stabilization for?
This special provision is where? Ito ang justification niya.
Adjustments may be available.
Mr. President, just allow me to read the special provision on the payment of personal benefits.
Oh,
And it
sorry.
says here that personal services requirements for filling of and creation of positions and compensation adjustment as may be authorized by law. And so what I'm trying to say is that it is lawful to use the compensation adjustment as the source of the combat and incentive pay.
Well, we beg to disagree with the view of the sponsor because to us it is very clear that when 57,906,416,000 was included in the current MPBF, it could not have contemplated of the 4.06 billion which is being used for the combat pay and combat duty pay and combat incentive pay of our military and uniformed personnel.
Mr.
And
President.
therefore, this can only be sourced from savings.
Mr. President, it also says, as authorized by law, the President of the Philippines or the DBM. And so the President of the Philippines and the DBM allowed it.
Where is the law that authorizes the president?
No, it says the President of the Philippines. It's either authorized by law, the President of the Philippines, or the DBM.
Yes, where is the law? What is the law, Mr. President? Authorized by law. Which law is that?
We are not referring to the law. I am reading the special provision where the compensation adjustment, it could be by law, by DBM, or by authority of the president.
By law? By DBM?
Mr. President, all I'm saying is that this was the discretion of the DBM based on the commitments of the president.
Well, precisely, when we allocate funds, we want to remove the discretion from executives.
But this was authorized by the president. It was a commitment of the
Yes,
president.
this was
and the
authorized by
DBM.
the president, but these are public funds.
Yes, Mr. President,
And
and these are public funds. which-
only Congress can authorize the expenditure of public funds.
You're correct, Mr. President, and there is no, it is not contrary to what you're saying, because the compensation adjustment fund, as I read, may be authorized by law, also may be authorized by DBM, or may be authorized by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. And so, in this case, because it was a commitment of the President to increase the combat pay of our uniformed personnel, then the DBM sought or sourced it, and they used the MPBF under compensation adjustment fund and cleared it, presumably, with the president.
Read it, where? Well, our point is, only Congress can authorize the expenditure of public funds. And in this particular case, anyway, we spread it into the record
Yes.
that it is our view that the present MPBF could not be used for the payment of this combat pay allowance unless these are considered as savings. And if there are savings, we certainly have no problems with that. But apparently, this is not being justified as items which can be augmented by savings. All right. Final point. Let's go to 2017. What is the MPBF for 2017?
2017 MPBF. Saan dito there? The total figure is, ito ba? 96. The total figure for MPBF for 2017 is 96 billion,
Yes.
Mr. President.
How much?
96.1 billion.
96.1 billion. Is that what I hear?
Yes, Mr. President. 91.6, yes.
And
Sorry, 96.1 billion.
96.1. Okay. What is the cost of the combat pay and combat incentive pay for 2017?
12 billion, Mr. President.
12 billion. Where will that be sourced?
It's also contained in the compensation adjustment of 39 billion.
The sponsor is putting into the record that when the MPBF was crafted under the National Expenditure Program, they already thought of and took into account the proposed combat duty pay and combat incentive pay increases.
For 2017, yes, they already intended to pay for the combat pay, Mr. President, yes.
It was not in the contemplation of the National Expenditure Program when the MPBF was included in the National Expenditure Program that 12.2 billion
Is it part of-
would be expended for the combat pay.
In the 2017 NEP, the combat pay was already contemplated, Mr. President.
I beg to disagree, because the National Expenditure Program for 2017 was submitted to Congress sometime in maybe first week of August. And at that time, there was no combat pay that we were talking of. And therefore, the 2017 National Expenditure Program could not have contemplated of an allocation for combat pay. But having said that, why don't we make it more transparent and provide for a combat pay rather than using the lump sums? This is precisely what Senator Lacson is complaining of. There is so much discretion when you use the lump sum that items which were never contemplated to be included in the item of expense is being included and rationalized. Why don't we make it more transparent? All right. We have 12.2 billion to be used for
Yes,
incentive pay.
Mr. President, what we could do is to identify it, to make it more transparent, and to amend this item of compensation adjustment to include the 12 billion combat pay.
So are you going to increase the compensation adjustment by 12 billion, or are you going to
You
reduce the
will reduce
compensation?
the compensation adjustment by 12 and
0.2?
line item, provide the line item for combat pay.
You will provide a line item for combat pay. Is that,
Yes.
and reduce the MPBF to that extent?
No, reduce the compensation adjustment, but still with the same total amount of the MPBF.
But the budget, but the General Appropriations Act will not show a breakdown. It is a lump sum item
There is a breakdown, Mr. President. I
Where?
have it here.
in the GAA.
Yes.
All right.
It's in page
Is it?
771.
All right.
There is a
Then-
breakdown of the MPBF.
Okay, so we break it down
Yes.
there, and
So your amendment at the proper time is well received, well taken. We take note of that. I agree with you. If 12 billion of the 39 billion of the compensation adjustment will be used for the combat pay, we will craft it in words very clear that it will be for that pay.
so that we do not have to argue here.
Yes,
Whether
Mr.
it's
President.
savings or not.
You're correct.
Anyway, so we thank the good sponsor for allowing us the opportunity to raise
Yes.
questions, and we do hope that the points we raised could, if valid, could find its way in the appropriate amendment to the General Appropriations Bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and we actually learned, and we will incorporate your suggestions. Note nyo lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Laila De Lima?
Senator De Lima is recognized.
Tatapos na to agenda for today.
Ang question ko kasi,
Sandali, excuse me. 1 minute suspension.
Session is suspended.
Tatlo na lang siguro, dalawa.
Paano ko masasabi?
then the individual agencies.
Ay, mukhang wala na sa inyo. Now, i-announce. Sabihan niyo.
Pasel kayo.
Babalikan dito.
Hindi pa ito rin.
Siguro,
Budget people yan. Kuyat ako nag-aaral gabi-gabi. May isa pang people dyan. Sabi ni Sexari Dominguez, kira sila. Hindi dahil. Oo, siya paborito ko PFA.
Gusto ko lang ipa-explain sa kanila yung mga...
Are we ready?
Yes, we're ready to resume, Mr.
Okay,
President.
session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, for the final interpellation for tonight, may we recognize Senator De Lima?
Senator De Lima is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a neophyte senator, this is my maiden participation in the budget plenary deliberations, and I'm still trying to come to terms with the myriad of nuances that I find in the GAB while going over it. And I would assume that in interpellations on general principles, any of the provisions in the general provisions found in the GAB 2017 would be a proper basis for such an interpellation. Originally, Mr. President, I intended to ask questions on a total of 14 subject matters, but after the interpellations of the minority leader and Senator Lacson, I limited it to 8, but because of the plea of the good sponsor to further limit it, I'm going to just limit my questions on about 2 or 3 matters. Pinili ko na lang po. So first, we often hear of discretionary funds, or the term discretionary funds. And in fact, discretionary funds, or there is a provision on discretionary funds in the Constitution itself. And I'm referring to Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 6, which says, discretionary funds appropriated for particular officials shall be disbursed only for public purposes to be supported by appropriate vouchers and subject to such guidelines as may be prescribed by law. Now, am I correct in assuming that the term discretionary funds is actually a generic term, and it can refer to several categories of funds? And this include intelligence funds, confidential funds, and even lump sum appropriations. All of these lump sum appropriations we can consider as discretionary funds because these are yet to be disaggregated, and therefore, when the time comes to make use of these lump sum appropriations, it would be subject to the discretion of the appropriate official. So my first question, Mr. President, is the appropriate officers entitled to intelligence funds, can we assume that they're also entitled at the same time to confidential funds? Are the officers entitled to intelligence funds also entitled to confidential funds?
When you refer to officers, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Madam Senator, you're referring to which agency of government?
Yes, agencies of government or heads of agencies.
Yes.
Public officials.
Yes. There are agencies of government that have both confidential and intelligence funds, and they vary. Are you asking for the list of agencies
Yes.
where confidential and intelligence funds are lodged?
Yes.
Can we
I'd
have
like
that?
to know whether those who are entitled to intelligence funds are also entitled to confidential funds, because we used to interchange these terms,
Can we have a definition of confidential?
but in reality, they have technical meaning. Even in the GAB, or in the general provisions,
Give me the definition.
these are specifically defined.
Yes. This is based on what? I don't know. May I just read into the record the definition of confidential funds under the NEP? Confidential funds authorized in this act shall be released or disbursed only upon approval of the department secretary concerned. Agencies utilizing confidential funds shall submit to the President of the Philippines and both houses of Congress a quarterly report on the accomplishments in the use of said funds. Confidential expenses refer to those related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency. Implementation of this section shall be subject to COA, DBM, DILG, etc. And there's a history and background, etc.
Yes,
So,
section
that-
67, in fact, embodies or contains the definition of confidential funds, and the preceding section, section 66 of the general provisions, contains the definition of intelligence expenses or intelligence funds, and they are, in fact, separate
Yes.
in concept.
It's
So if
different,
they
Mr.
are
President.
separate in concept, then there are situations when the public official concerned or the office concerned would be receiving only intelligence funds, and others would be receiving only confidential funds, or some would be receiving both.
Yes, Mr. President, there are agencies with only confidential. It doesn't mean that when an agency has confidential, it needs to have intelligence, and vice versa, Mr. President, because confidential funds are different from intelligence funds.
Yes, do we have a complete list of the offices entitled to, excuse me, intelligence expenses, and the offices entitled to confidential expenses?
I have a two-page list here. I can give you the copy now, or I can read into the record some examples of agencies with confidential and intelligence funds. For example, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources has confidential funds but no intelligence funds. It has 3.9, this is 13, that's million. 13.9 million, that's DNR. The Department of Finance has confidential funds of 30.5 million, but no intelligence fund. Let's say the Department of Interior and Local Government has confidential funds of 20.6 million, and it also has intelligence funds of 306.29. It has 306.29 intelligence fund. So there are agencies with only confidential funds, and other agencies, when because I believe it's needed, that would have both confidential and intelligence fund.
So that is one proof that indeed there are different connotations for confidential funds and intelligence expenses.
The
And when-
Commission on Audit has a confidential fund but no intel fund. The Commission on, the Ombudsman also has confidential funds but not intelligence fund.
Are these definitions of intelligence funds and confidential funds meant to be restrictive or exclusive? Because looking at the definition of confidential expenses, it referred to those related to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies that are intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency. It seems to be a very limited concept of confidential expenses. And the way it's crafted in Section 67 of the general provisions of GAB 2017, there seems to be a strict or an exclusive definition of confidential expenses. I wonder whether those officers or officials entitled to confidential expenses know exactly this restricted concept of confidential expenses, surveillance activities.
Yes, Mr. President, it clearly states that it should deal with surveillance activities, and this is referring to civilian offices. And in fact, it requires a quarterly report to Congress on the accomplishment of the use of these funds.
And
insofar as
how
confidential.
is it determined whether or not the utilization of confidential expenses are strictly in accord with what is contemplated per the definition of confidential expenses under this provision?
How do we actually make
Or
sure?
is that a function of COA, I
This is-
suppose?
The confidential funds are audited.
Yes,
Even Intel funds.
it is.
Even Intel funds. Yes, the confidential funds shall be subject to COA audit, DBM, DILG. There are guidelines of DBM insofar as confidential funds are concerned, and COA audits the confidential expenses.
Let's go to the definition of intelligence expenses. Section 67 says that intelligence expenses are those, excuse me, relating to intelligence information gathering activities of uniformed and military personnel and intelligence practitioners that have direct impact to national security.
That is accurate.
What is key here is the phrase direct impact to national security. What
Yes.
exactly is meant by direct impact to national security?
Oh, intelligence information is very important because the funds used or spent for intelligence gathering is used especially in the ILG, in PNP, for the activities of uniformed and military personnel and intelligence practitioners, yes, that impact on national security. National security runs the gamut of political dimension, socio-economic dimension, religious dimension, military dimension, and environment dimension. And actually, national security would simply mean the whole stability and security of our nation.
So it would have broader connotation.
I believe so.
And that is why it's perfectly all right to always say that when we talk about the current war on drugs,
That's
it has
clearly-
really a great
Yes.
impact on the national security.
Yes, Mr. President. Clearly, the war on drugs impacts on our national security, and clearly there is a need for intelligence funds for this.
What about the phrase intelligence practitioners? Because the definition under section 66, it encompasses intelligence information gathering activities of intelligence practitioners.
Intelligence practitioners is a broad term. It could
Yes.
be those who analyze the information, like in NICA. It could also be intelligence gatherers who may not be named but are embedded in certain agencies or in local governments, who may be private civilians. So they could be practitioners in terms of analysis, staying in an office, or they could be embedded intel operatives in various institutions or in the private sector. It could even be intel operatives in other countries.
Really?
Yes.
So are intelligence funds allowed to be used to fund intelligence gathering activities by intelligence practitioners of so-called friendly foreign countries?
I would like to believe, Mr. President, that domestic and international circumstances impacts on the security of our nation. And therefore, I am of the belief, and I support it, that intelligence gathering should not be limited alone to domestic circumstances. And we gather information from our consular offices, from our, I'm glad the DFA is here, from our ambassadorial posts and their respective jurisdictions. Yes, it is broader than confidential expenses. Intelligence practitioners could be experts, could be intelligence agents, duly designated and authorized to perform intelligence information gathering and surveillance activities of various agencies. DND OSEC and government arsenal, the Philippine Navy, the Air Force and the Army, the Armed Forces Headquarters. It could be the Philippine National Police. It could be the Coast Guard. Being an archipelagic country, we need intel information in the Coast Guard. Could be the NICA, the Intelligence Coordinating Agency, PDEA. It's very important that we have intel operatives in PDEA and other government agencies that have provided or that has a need for intelligence fund.
Thank you for clarifying all that. Now, the good sponsor would agree, of course, that lump sum appropriations are also in the nature of discretionary funds. That's why when we talk about lump sum appropriations, it's always a very interesting subject matter, if not controversial. And I share the reservations or the observations of the earlier interpellators, especially Senator Lacson, that we really need to scrutinize further certain lump sum appropriations which are actually disguised or masqueraded as line item appropriations. Most of the lump sum appropriations are what we can consider as permissible, constitutional, or legal, especially those under the special funds, the contingent funds, the
Yes,
calamity funds,
yes.
the miscellaneous personal
MPBF,
benefit fund, pension and gratuity fund. So these are special projects funds, and necessarily they are lump sum appropriations, and they are permissible lump sum appropriations. But the cause for concern always is about certain lump sum appropriations disguised as line item appropriations. And I guess I will have to do some scrutiny with respect to those items, because in perusing over certain agency budgets, for example, DPWH, DOH, ang madalas ko pong mapansin doon is about certain appropriations which are supposed to be regionalized, and there is indeed enumeration of the regions to which those amounts are allocated for certain specific purposes. But in many cases, certain lump sum amounts, and some of which are substantial, are actually being allocated to central offices, although the purpose seems to be regionalized or localized. So is there justification for those?
Yes, Mr.
Allocation
President.
for central offices when, for example, in the DOH, the specific activity or purpose indicated is Doctor to Barrio program. And therefore, since it's a Doctors to the Barrio program, these are supposed to be localized. So why allot a significant or substantial amount in the central office of the DOH? That's just one example. Marami pa po tayong napansin na iba.
Yes, Mr. President, that's correct. Other funds are lodged in the office of the Secretary or the central office because there are programs and activities that are conducted on a national level by the office of the Secretary. And the others are also regionalized and distributed in the regional directors.
Yes, there are projects that are centrally managed.
Yes.
And I can understand
That's
therefore
true,
the
because not
allocation
everything is
to
devolved
central
to the
office.
regions.
But some of the indicated activities or indicated projects, I would not consider as centrally managed. But I can go into that when
In the respective
yeah,
agency.
in the rest. I'm
I
just
would
serving notice to
Yes.
the agencies concerned that they
Yes.
better have explanations.
A justification.
For,
I
yes.
would appreciate receiving information so that we can also disaggregate alleged lump sum in the central offices, assuming that they have a counterpart regional allocation already, and I would be happy to know which the agencies they are and for them to justify the lump sums under their OSEC.
Thank you. Let's go to the war on drugs. Well, we all know that the war on drugs is centerpiece program of this government, the president being quoted as saying several times already na kahit wala na po siyang ibang gawin hanggang sa katapusan ng kanyang termino kung hindi wakasan ng salot ng droga sa bansang ito. But perusing again over the proposed budget, I'm trying to look for an official umbrella program or a comprehensive anti-drugs program. And kung hindi po susuriin yung mga budgets ng certain relevant agencies, mahirap pong hanapin yung umbrella program na yan. So my question actually, my first question in relation to that is, what then or where is that umbrella program of this government on its anti-drug campaign? When or where is the comprehensive anti-dangerous drugs program of the government to be funded in 2017?
There are various agencies, Mr. President, that addresses the war on illegal drugs. The Department of Health, for example, will have the responsibility of building the rehabilitation centers in the regions. PDEA will perform its mandate of curbing the drug menace. The DILG had requested 500 million for their Mama Masid program, which is a program to fight illegal drugs and criminality. So the budget of the war against drugs is lodged in different agencies, not just in one agency under one umbrella. You will recall, Mr. President, that this budget was not prepared by the Duterte administration, that it was given in July, and they just had a few weeks, several weeks to review the budget, and that is the reason why there may be not just one agency. But it also makes good sense not to put it in just one agency, because it makes common sense to lodge rehabilitation under health so that it would be comprehensive, not just in rehab. There could also be, and PDEA, of course, will perform its mandate. There are other agencies that have an allocation for anti-drug war, DILG, DOH, PDEA. Oh, the Office of the President has a intelligence fund, and part of it will also be used in the anti-illegal drug war.
Which confidential and intelligence funds of the Office of the President is quite huge. It's actually 2.5, is that correct? 2.5 billion. Do we have the total budget appropriated for all the projects and activities related to the war on drugs?
And may I also add, thank you to the Majority Leader, there's also a provision in DepEd for the drug prevention program. Just the letter.
So what is the total budget for all of this related to the war on drugs? Do we have already? After compiling all of those figures from various relevant agencies,
Yes.
including the 2.5, is that the 2.5 billion intel and confi funds in the Office of the President? I would have questions regarding that when the budget for the OP is
Yes, Mr. President. Just to
considered.
clarify, the 2.5 billion in the Office of the President does not only, it is not solely for the war on drugs. There's
the
also
totality.
Coastal Watch, there is PAOK, there are 6 programs. I'm retrieving, maybe after this, we can allow E.S. Majaldea to go home because it's been here since 9 a.m. Yes. These are the programs for the confidential and intel funds under the Office of the President. There's the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, There's the Philippine Center on Transnational Crime. There's a Presidential Commission on the Visiting Forces Agreement. There's a National Coast Watch system. There's the Presidential Situation Room and the Anti-Terrorism Council Project Management Center. And of course, we give the President the leeway in using this confidential and intelligence funds in his anti-illegal war, the war on anti-illegal drugs. The war on illegal drugs. So I just enumerated some of the programs.
As a matter of principle, I would agree with that.
Yes.
But I'm just having a problem with, the Office of the President is just supposed to be the recipient of intelligence information, is the user of intelligence information. And I wonder which specific units or which specific personnel or office under the Office of the President would really be doing the intelligence gathering. Why not allocate a substantial portion of the intel funds of the Office of the President to the very agency concerned or tasked in gathering all of this intel information, especially the MICA, which is
So we can just postpone that
which
for
is
tomorrow.
actually the premier intel coordinating
Yeah, walang OP dito, no? Nobody from-
agency of government.
He was here this morning.
Yan po ang problema ko dyan.
Yes, Mr. President.
I agree with the good sponsor that the president is the chief executive, as the enforcer of the law,
Yes, Mr. President.
should be given.
Let me just
leeway.
state, Mr. President, it is very clear that there is a marked increase in the budget of confidential and intelligence funds in the Office of the President. This is dramatically bigger than the CF in previous years in the OP.
How
And the
much
reason-
percent? How much percent?
From 500 million to 2.5 billion.
So that's about,
600, no, times
so it's a
four.
huge increase.
400%, yes. But the reason for this, if I may, for this increase, is the President's advocacy. This is the first time we have a President who is actively involved in curtailing the proliferation of illegal drugs and is dedicated in ensuring the safety and security of the citizenry. These tasks were previously left to the PNP, to the PDEA, to the DND, to the ISAP, to the NBI, but the President wanted the offices organic in the Office of the President to be involved to ensure that he is able to deliver his promise to the Filipino people to eradicate illegal drugs in the country. Yun, tama, yun ang pupuntusin ko, na hindi ginawa nung nakaraang administrasyon. And that I really agree. So, now we are shocked that in remote barangays and in nearby barangays, drug lords, drug pushers, users, and traffickers are embedded in the barangay. I knew they existed, but to the extent that which they existed, I did not realize that was happening. And so, why is there an increase in the Intel and Confi Fund? Because, as I said, we have a president whose advocacy it is to combat the drug menace that is already eating into the moral fiber of our nation.
We all know that, Mr. President. But why does the President spend more than $2 billion for confidential and intelligence expenses when there are agencies who specialize in intelligence operations? So the next question would be, will the President or the Executive Secretary themselves manage these confidential and intelligence funds, or will they appoint a contingent of staff to do so? Or should we already abolish the existing agencies? Nagkakaproblema po ako dun eh. Are there enough complement in the Office of the President that will handle that very sensitive task and a gargantuan task
What are the
of intelligence operations?
Da, okay. Mr. President. Yes. PDEA and DDB. Yes. Mr. President, PDEA and DDB are under the office of the President. And so these are agencies that need the intel information. So the programs,
Don't the PIDEA, the DDB,
very small. The Confi and Intel funds is almost nil. Very, very small, Mr. President. So,
so
in-
why don't we directly channel those funds to those
because they're
agencies?
under the office of the President. Because they're under the office of...
I do take the position
Yes, Mr. President.
that the
And-
president or the office of the president or the president should instead make use of the intelligence reports of the agencies instead of gathering those information or intel information himself.
All the attached agencies under the office of the President, including the DDB and the PDEA, will use the confidential and intel funds of 2.5 billion. The Presidential Situation Room, which is managed by General Esperon, the National Security Advisor, who heads the National Security Council, that's correct? I mean, he's the...
I'm probably just
No, it's the president
thinking
heads the agency.
aloud.
What is he? He's
Shouldn't we
NSA.
restrict the
NSA,
president's
yes.
propensity to generate and act on low-quality intelligence?
What is the question? I'm sorry?
Shouldn't we restrict the current president's propensity to generate
To
the
generate
so-called- the so-called
low-quality information?
intelligence, low-quality intelligence? That low-quality intelligence was exemplified in that so-called drug matrix, which he had publicly revealed and only to apologize to some personalities mentioned therein.
Well, clearly, there is a need to validate some information, but I am of the belief that PDEA, DDB, and the agencies under the Office of the President really need the support for both confidential and intelligence information. And as I said, the 2.5 billion is not solely dedicated to drugs. It has the PAOK, the transnational crime commission, as well as the visiting forces agreement and the coastal watch. Imagine a coastal watch system which will conduct periodic review of our maritime security operations and to render periodic reports to the President and the National Security Council. If I were me, kulang ang 2 billion dito, coastal watch pa lang, we're an archipelago. So I really think the 2 billion under the office of the President with such big problems in the country and in the world is small, considering we have a 3.3 trillion budget and we're allocating 2.5 billion for all these very important programs, transnational crime, with ISIS as an imminent threat, a real and present danger. I think it's important we sharpen our intel skills to make sure ISIS does not
Again, I have
enter
no
the
problem with allocating a huge or a significant amount as intel funds. I'm just having a problem trying to understand why there is such a huge increase from previous confidential funds of former presidents.
Yes.
Because the former presidents, the intel funds of the former presidents would also cover all other areas for anti-terrorism, the coastal watch, etc. But I think the
Yes.
current administration would want to justify that huge increase in the intel funds for the office of the president mainly because of the so-called war on drugs.
Pagkani sa Asia?
But if it is the concern, then why in the office of the president, when there are relevant agencies with corresponding or appropriate intel units that can do the job of intel gathering, and
Yes.
the output of the intel gathering activities of the relevant agencies
Yes.
would be for the use of the president.
Yeah.
So would the president himself be doing the intel gathering, or a contingent, or a staff, or special staff?
Of course, Mr. President, the president is the recipient of the information, and the existing staff, there will be staff who will gather the information from the relevant agencies of government, and analysis will be made, and this information will be fed to the president. As a student of national security, and that's my master's degree on national security, I'm a great believer in intel information. And when I have intelligence gatherers who gives me information, this is analyzed, and I don't take it hook, line, and sinker. I am sure that the president will not take all the information given to him, even by the National Security Council, hook, line, and sinker. I am certain that the president has very large antennas and would be able to tell which is actually very accurate.
I'm sorry, but I'm not very confident about that, but I won't belabor.
Yes.
I
You
won't
must
belabor the
understand,
point.
I'm sponsoring the budget.
Just one last point, Mr. President. As a financing strategy, before that,
But I understand. I really, I understand where you're coming from. And what you're trying to say is that we should not allow any room for abuse and discretion. I understand where you're coming from.
thank you. Thank you, Mr.
And,
President.
and all of these can actually be abbreviated if you want to include it in your period of amendment. But I would like to hear your views as well.
I'm actually thinking about that. I'll do it in due time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. One last point. Considering the aggressive expansion of public sector spending, as reflected in the budget, in the proposed budget, and appears to be sustained until 2022, what is the projected percentage share of debt servicing in our national budget in the coming years?
I'm sorry, is there a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
My last point, I have a few questions on
I'm sorry,
that.
I apologize. Could you restate the question? I was receiving information from the Deputy Executive Secretary.
So we're moving on a different point. This is actually my last point.
Yes.
Considering the aggressive expansion of the public sector spending, as reflected in the current proposed budget, and I think it was articulated earlier, it's going to be sustained until 2022. What is the projected percentage share of debt servicing in our national budget in the coming years?
Actually, meron akong debt service.
It's 1.9%.
Ang dami ko dito.
These are the two lines.
So, iba yung percentage sa
brown out.
expenditure, percentage sa revenue, percentage sa GDP. Okay.
Meron na?
Brown out ata tayo.
Sige, saan yung hawak ko kanina?
Okay, session is resumed. Senator Ligarda is once more recognized. The pending question is the percentage of the debt service as against the
Yes,
total
Mr.
budget.
President.
Ang hawak ko kanina eh.
projected percentage share.
No, but yung expenditures and interest, I was just holding it. The percentage of interest payment to expenditures for 2017 is 11.31%, and interest payment to revenues is 13.49%. And debt, and interest payment to GDP as percent to GDP is 2.1% for 2017.
Can you confirm that as a financing strategy, the government will rely more on domestic rather than foreign borrowings?
Yes, that is
Because from a
accurate.
ratio of 77 to 23, domestic as against foreign, it is, it will be improving, or they would be improving this to 80,
20
20.
in favor of domestic
From
borrowings.
2017 to 2019.
Yes, that is accurate, in favor of domestic borrowings.
And this is because, it's based on the precautionary measures being taken by the government against the volatility of the external
You are correct,
environment.
yes.
So my question, and this is my last question, which of the MOUs signed during the recent state visit to China will form part of the public debt, whether as direct obligation of the government or in the form of sovereign guarantee? So is there an assumption that some of these projects, subject matter of those MOUs, are scheduled to be implemented in 2017 to 2019?
Based on the President's state visit to China, NEDA would have to come up with a list of priority projects that will be funded based on borrowings from China. NEDA has a list of projects that are already being financed by other institutions like the World Bank and by JICA and by the ADB. These projects could be co-financed by China, example by the AIIB, which will be ratified soon by this chamber. And other projects will be solo projects to be financed by China. And this is all with the NEDA for them to decide
So this will form
on.
part of the public debt?
Yes.
Assuming these projects
Assuming these
push
projects
through.
are approved and pushed through, yes, they will be part of our borrowings from China. And NEDA is preparing that list of projects that will be part of this public debt insofar as China is concerned.
And how would this affect the 2017 budget or the 2018 budget?
2018. This will be programmed for 2018. For 2018 already.
Not yet for 2017.
Because the 2017 NEP did not have it. Yes. Although, let me just state that the AIIB, we already have an allocation in next year's budget in the amount, I think, of 3.8 billion and 1.6 billion for 2016. And so we will be able to access funding from the Asian Infrastructure Bank in China, which is a counterpart like of the ADB or the World Bank, with very low concessional interest rates of 0.75 to 1.25% interest. And soon we will be availing of that once we concur in the ratification. I just conducted a hearing in behalf of Senator Cayetano of the Foreign Relations Committee, and after the budget is passed, with your support, by next week, we can sponsor the AIIB.
That should be all, Mr. President. Thank
I
you.
thank you very much, Senator De Lima, for your maiden interpellation on the finance, on the budget. I thank you for that.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I stand corrected. There is one more interpellator. Senator Risa Antiveros wishes to be recognized.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the good sponsor entertain a few more questions related to, but thankfully different from, the last question of the good senator from Bicol?
Yes, of course, to the lady senator from Panay as well, and her maiden interpellation on the budget.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. I heard a rumor that we would try to end tonight by 8, and I will not...
It is not a rumor, it's a fact.
And that's why I made it a point to say that this would be a brief, though heartfelt interpellation.
Did you hear brief?
Yes,
It will
Mr.
be a brief
President.
Yeah. Just wanted, I thought I did hear it right.
No, you heard it right, Mr. President.
It will be brief.
Yes, Mr. President. Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, is the sponsor familiar with the concept and origin of the automatic appropriations law? And is the good sponsor aware whether there's any other country that has this similar provision in its national budget?
Automatic appropriation.
I am informed that there are other countries, most countries have automatic appropriations. Yes. Can we have the list of our automatic appropriations? Can we list of other automatic?
I'm actually surprised by that answer, Mr. President, because there have been averments that we are possibly the only country in the world that actually has an automatic appropriation law or act, which is what is cited in our national budgets. But I'm still working to validate that particular rumor. But in any case, Mr. President, just to add to my conversation with a good sponsor this early evening, the automatic appropriations law compels government to set aside a substantial portion of its annual budget for debt servicing before allocations can be set aside for vital social and economic services.
You're correct.
And this is based, good sponsor, on Section 26B, Book 6 of EO 292, or the 1987 Revised Administrative Code, which in turn was copied from Section 31B of PD 1177, or the Budget Reform Decree of 1977. And since this year, Mr. President, good sponsor, it's the year of us as a Centennial Senate. Interestingly, by next year, these two laws I just cited, which serve as basis for automatic appropriations for interest and principal amortizations of government debts, will mark their 30th and 40th year of enactment, respectively. So I'll continue to discuss this matter of the automatic appropriations law and its important and constant role that it plays in our national budgets with a good sponsor as we enter later on the period of amendments. But good sponsor, looking at the list of loans contracted over the years, these past 30 years, these past 40 years, would the sponsor agree with me that some of these may have been contracted under questionable circumstances?
Yes, definitely. In fact, in my first term, when I interpolated, similarly, I mentioned about some loans which I felt could be waived, could be renegotiated, because there were loans that were contracted under, I would not say anomalous circumstances, but questionable circumstances.
Mr. President, I am so glad to hear the words of the good sponsor and the spirit of openness that she has shared with us. In fact, according to the Freedom from Debt Coalition for 2017, out of the 214 billion scheduled debt servicing for foreign liabilities, 3.78 billion will go to interest and principal payments of what they surmise are questionable loan-funded projects. I have their matrix here of about 20 that they are completing investigation on, and these would include such as the power sector development project, Sixth Road Project in Tuliahan, Pampanga Development Flood Control, Bohol Irrigation 2, and Angat Water Supply Optimization, among others.
Is the list that the lady senator is mentioning, are these the anomalous loans?
These are right now entitled by Freedom from Debt as 2017 Foreign Debt Service for 20 questionable program and project loans. So they're currently completing their
Are they
investigation into
questionable
these.
because of the terms of the loan, or questionable because of the implementation and status of the projects in those areas? Because I heard Bohol, Pampanga, all of this. Were these loans contracted by which administration, and were the terms of the loan anomalous, questionable, or is it in the implementation of the actual project?
Actually, Mr. President, there are various reasons or classifications used by Freedom from Debt in raising questions about these, as they say, questionable loans. FDC would say broadly, these debts are classified as such, as potentially illegitimate for the following reasons, and there are 5, a good sponsor: illegitimate processes, illegitimate terms and contractual obligations, illegitimate purposes, illegitimate use of funds, and illegitimate origins. And their coalition would classify a number of these 20 so-called questionable program and project loans under different classifications, under these 5 different classifications. So for FDC, the quote-unquote illegitimate and illegitimate debts refers to how and why the particular debt violated some of the common principles we uphold as peoples.
Yes.
So the concept thus touches the principles of human rights and sustainable human development, justice and fairness, accountability and responsibility, sovereignty and democracy.
Pwedeng renegotiation? No. Yeah. This is interesting, and the Freedom from Debt Coalition also assisted me in recent years, many years ago, in my interpellations on the budget. I even made a statement when I was a young senator to just forgo the payments of all these questionable debts. And my brother, who's a banker, was alarmed because his principals in Singapore said, "What is your sister?" I was a 38-year-old senator then. What is she saying? That, bankers are very conservative. And here we have the treasurer saying that, no, we cannot not pay for these loans because these are agreements we entered into national government to national government. And it may be deemed as such by such coalitions, but we cannot just turn our back on these loans.
Well, interestingly, Mr. President, in terms of recent Philippine history also, in fact, there was an effort during the 15th Congress for an official debt audit and suspension of payments for illegitimate debts, which the good sponsor referred to. Specifically, this was a proposed congressional suspension of 25.9 billion pesos interest payments for questionable loans, several of them including most notably the Austria medical waste project. However, that proposal was vetoed by then President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo for some of the reasons also cited by the good sponsor, that the banking sector, for one, would raise concerns about this. But actually, Mr. President, and this is my last point for this evening, I was going to say that at the appropriate time, I will propose the inclusion of a special provision in our Senate version that will call for an official debt audit. And this proposed debt audit will hopefully put to rest these issues. Not just the historical issues, the attempt of the 15th Congress, but which was vetoed by the then President, but also these lingering questions about whether such loans are actually questionable, which of them are actually illegitimate, which of them are legitimate. So I will propose the inclusion of a special provision that will, for one, call for an official debt audit, and for the second part, to hold in trust the interest payment of potentially illegitimate debts, and pending finding of illegitimacy within that 1 year, rechanneling these funds to vital social services. I hope the sponsor will be open to such amendments at the proper time.
I'm in favor of this special provision. I'm in favor of a debt audit. We cannot suspend debt interest or principal payments. However, I think we are spending taxpayers' money. It is incumbent upon us to know what we're paying for, under what circumstances, under which administration was this contracted. And we would like to know the results of this debt audit. You will help us compose the special provision or reinstate the provision that was vetoed. Probably this administration will agree. We have a different president who may agree that those previously contracted debts need not be paid. Who knows? Let's see.
Mr. President, I thank the good sponsor for her support for a debt audit, and I will see how I might put the idea of a holding in trust and pending findings of illegitimacy by that same debt audit, possibly rechanneling funds to vital social services. And I believe, in closing, Mr. President, good sponsor, that I would not be proposing these amendments at the proper time in a vacuum in the world. There are also definitions of odious debt, irresponsible or odious lending. And interesting that term about irresponsible lending, because in the meantime, in 2012, UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, actually came out with principles on promoting responsible sovereign lending and borrowing. So interesting for us at least to study,
Yes.
Mr. President, good sponsor, in our own crafting, in the longer term, of the best kind of debt policies to serve our development objectives. Norway, 2006, 6 years before UNCTAD's principles on promoting responsible sovereign lending and borrowing, already conducted their own historic illegitimate debt write-off to show the way for creditor nations. So more than half a decade before UNCTAD's principles, Norway already tried to exercised some of these principles of sovereign lending, because they are a creditor nation. Unlike us, we're a borrower, we're a debtor nation. And of course, the star on the world stage of bold, innovative, but apparently still sustainable debt policies, even regarding their illegitimate debts, Argentina. There are so many interesting articles about their continuous modernizing of their debt policy. Interestingly, Mr. President, good sponsor, Argentina has reneged on foreign debt obligations for cause, according to them, for cause. They have done this at least 7 times, starting in 1827, so almost 2 centuries ago. So just some readings I've been doing recently, Mr. President, good sponsor, but returning finally to the actual proposals I will make at the proper time regarding especially the debt audit.
I accept it.
Thank you very much.
It's just a matter
Madam
of how
Sponsor.
you're going to write it, but
Yes.
we agree in that concept. And just like you, in my first term, and I continue to now, to espouse, to pay only what we need to pay for, because I think we need to review. I was very radical when I was young, and I said, why don't we write off those debts which were contracted in the Marcos years? I even said that. And that included, of course, at the time BNPP. Now
Yes.
BNPP is fully paid already. No?
Unfortunately,
At
Madam
the
Sponsor,
time,
it's fully paid already.
it was not yet paid, and there were other things. However, they're advising me we cannot do a suspension, but a debt audit is in order. I thank you for your interpellations.
Thank you so much,
It's been
Madam
helpful.
Sponsor. And top 3 I would to mention tonight would also include the SCMP2 SEDIP textbook procurement case, which the good Senator Lacson did a lot to educate the public about during the time that loan was up for scrutiny here in the Senate. So thank you very much,
Thank
Madam
you.
Sponsor. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Senator Antiveros. It's 8 o'clock.
Majority Leader.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. President, With that, I move to terminate the interpellations on the budget of the Department of Finance. The sorry. Interpellation on the general principles, Mr. President. I was just testing if Senator Recto is still awake.
The interpellation, the period of interpellation for
Mr.
the
President,
general
It's still
principles.
6 minutes anyway. I still have more questions. But I'm willing to forgo those questions to tomorrow.
Yeah.
For the Finance Department, the DBM, the NEDA, and whichever agencies. And just to let the Majority Leader know that I am fully awake just like him.
All right, we'll take it up tomorrow. In the meantime, I move to close the period of interpellation on the general principles, Mr. President.
So close.
Now, Mr. President, there are members of the Senate who have informed the Majority Leader that they will be interpellating the budget of the Department of Finance and some of the attached agencies, also the Office of the President and the Department of Foreign Affairs, and therefore, let me move on to the Office of the Ombudsman, Mr. President. There are no more reservations for any interpellation. So I move that the budget of the Office of the Ombudsman be deemed submitted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. The budget of the Office of the Ombudsman is hereby deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the judiciary, which includes the Supreme Court and the lower courts, Presidential Electoral Tribunal, the Sandigan Bayan, Court of Appeals, and the Court of Tax Appeals, there are no reservations for interpellations at this point, so I move that we submit the budget of the judiciary be deemed submitted.
Any objection? Hearing none. The budget of the judiciary is deemed submitted.
Thank you. Mr. President, for the other executive offices, I move that the budget of the MTRCB be deemed submitted.
Any objection? Hearing none. The budget of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board is deemed submitted.
Thank you. Mr. President, for the budgetary support to government corporations and other executive offices, I move that the authority of the Freeport area of Bataan, the Credit Information Corporation, the Development Academy of the Philippines, Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority budgets be deemed submitted.
Any objections? Hearing none. The budget of the Authority of the Freeport area of Bataan, Credit Information Corporation, Development Academy of the Philippines, Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority are deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. The budget of the Civil Service Commission, which includes the Civil Service Commission proper and the Career Executive Service Board, I move that their budgets be deemed submitted.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the Civil Service Commission, including that of the Career Executive Service Board, is hereby deemed submitted. Mr. Majority Leader,
Mr. President, all the rest that we did not mention,
yes,
should
before
be- should
before
be,
the chair recognizes Senator Soto, the chair earlier made a reservation on the budget of the Office of the President.
Yes.
The questions raised in the interpellation by Senator De Lima has drawn the information that this representation needed, and therefore we are endorsing the termination of the interpellation on the budget of the Office of the President, and that the same be submitted, subject to the concurrence of the Majority Leader.
in that case, Mr. President, I move that the budget of the Office of the President, which includes the President's offices, be deemed submitted.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget
Mr.
of the
President.
office, sorry, I'm sorry.
Just a point of
Senator Lacson.
clarification. are we made to understand that we are just closing the period of interpellations on those agencies mentioned?
Yes.
But that's without prejudice to introducing individual amendments at the proper
Certainly.
time.
This is just the
Thank you,
period
Mr. President.
of interpellation of
So,
Senator
instead
Lacson.
of deemed submitted, maybe we're closing the period of interpellations.
I'm sorry?
Instead of deemed submitted, maybe the proper term should be closing the period of interpellations because there are no more interpellators.
No, but yes, in a way, yes, correct, I agree. That's the reason we closed the period of interpellation. But the tradition is that it be deemed submitted to plenary.
Plenary?
That
Nasa
is,
plenary na tayo.
yes, for approval, Mr. President.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, but the period of amendments will still be open afterwards, the committee amendments and then the individual amendments, Mr. President.
So there is a pending motion that the budget of the office of the president, since Secretary Vidaldea is still here after 10 hours, he's already hungry, it is deemed submitted.
Thank you. Mr. President, all the other offices that we did not mention should be back here with us tomorrow at 9 a.m. So,
Can we have,
COA, meron eh. May mga tanong. Oh.
so all those,
Tapos na. Hindi. SCC wala pa. Wala naman. Bukas na. O, dito ba sila? Asan ba sila? Nasaan ba sila? Asan sila dito? Wala nila dito eh. Ay, hindi pa tapos ang DOF eh.
Hindi, pero SEC wala na yan.
Ay, hindi ba? Wala naman.
how about the Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Majority Leader? Is there,
Senator De Lima has made reservations to ask questions, the DFA.
okay.
So they will be back here tomorrow morning. So,
For clarity, would the Majority Leader enumerate and announce the agencies that will be up, whose budgets will be up for the interpellation tomorrow?
all right, Mr. President, the Department of Finance,
Department of Finance
which includes all the attached agencies,
and the attached agencies.
all right, the Trade and Development Corporation of the Philippines, the NEDA, with its
NEDA.
attached agencies, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, the LEDAC,
Okay,
the Joint Legislative Executive Council, Development Advisory Council, the DBM,
okay,
budgetary support to government corporations,
okay,
allocations to local government units,
okay,
contingent fund, miscellaneous personal benefits fund, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, pension and gratuity fund, and program fund. And then the Philippine Sports Commission, Mr. President. All those mentioned should be back here tomorrow.
the Commission on Audit.
Wala na?
Commission on Audit should be back tomorrow?
Mr. President, I was just informed that the reservation has been withdrawn.
All right.
So with that, I move to submit for approval or the budget of the Commission on Audit.
All right, any objection? And maybe the chair of the Commission on Audit may wish to know that the Majority Leader has moved that the budget of the Commission on Audit is deemed submitted.
All right.
Deemed submitted. You don't have to come back tomorrow. Commission.
All right.
Commission
With that,
on-
Mr. President, I move to suspend the session until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right, the session is suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.